Mic check, one. Mic check, two.
Right, good morning. We are on the record. This begins today's evidentiary hearing in the matter of Evergy Missouri West, Inc., DBA Evergy Missouri West, request for authority to implement a general rate increase for electric service. I'm Ron Pridgeon. I'm the regulatory law judge assigned to preside over this hearing. It's being held November 4th, 2025 in the Governor Office Building in Jefferson City, Missouri. The time is 9:05 a.m. I would like to get entries of appearance from counsel, please, beginning with the company.
Good morning, Jackie Whipple with Denton's US LLP. I'm here with my partner Carl Zobrist. For the company, we have Roger Steiner, Cole Bailey, and also we have Jim Fisher of Fisher and Doherty PC.
Great, Ms. Whipple, thank you. Any entry on behalf of the staff of the commission?
Thank you, Judge. This is Tracy Johnson from Staff Counsel's Office.
Ms. Johnson, thank you. Entry on behalf of the Office of the Public Counsel, please.
Yes, thank you. John Kleiser, on behalf of the Office of the Public Counsel. The court reporter has my information.
Great. Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any entry on behalf of MECG?
Good morning, Your Honor. Tim Opitz on behalf of Midwest Energy Consumers Group.
Mr. Opitz, thank you. Anyone else wishing to enter an appearance? All right, hearing none, I believe we have opening statements ready, and Evergy, I think, will begin with the opening statement. Anything else from counsel or from the bench before Evergy gives its opening statement? All right. Ms. Whipple, when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning. May it please the Commission. As I said, I am Jackie Whipple. I'm with my partner Carl Zobrist. We're of Denton's US LLP. For the company, we have Roger Steiner and Cole Bailey. We also have Jim Fisher of Fisher and Doherty PC. Today we'll be representing Evergy Missouri West, Inc., which we may refer to as EMW or Evergy, or the company. This proceeding presents an important question to the Commission regarding EMW's long-term resource planning and ability to provide safe and adequate service to its customers. This question is denominated on the party's list of issues as Issue 5C, based on the language of the party's October 2, 2024 unanimous stipulation and agreement. Should the Commission determine it is prudent for Evergy to renew its firm point-to-point transmission service agreement with Entergy Corp. Before it expires in February 2029. The company respectfully submits that the answer to that question is yes. Specifically, EMW requests that the Commission find that a decision to renew the Crossroads Energy Center transmission service agreements is prudent. In doing so, the Commission should confirm it will apply its established prudence standard in future rate proceedings where EMW's recovery of Crossroads cost of service is considered, instead of ordering any prospective disallowance or penalty regarding transmission expense or based in the Commission's historical Crossroads-related decisions. The extension or renewal of the TSA is a new decision point that warrants the presumption of prudence traditionally employed by this Commission in evaluating such transactions. It is also crucial to note that in this proceeding, no party advocates for a relocation of the Crossroads Energy Center, and in fact, all parties agree that EMW should renew its Crossroads TSA. Here is some brief context for Issue 5C, which is before the Commission today. In accordance with the parties' agreement, which reserved Crossroads issues for this final proceeding in EMW's rate case, and in collaboration with the other parties, EMW commissioned Black & Veatch to evaluate the company's options regarding Crossroads moving forward. Based on Black & Veatch's Crossroads relocation study, the facts and circumstances of today's energy market, EMW's 2024 Triennial Integrated Resource Plan, or IRP, EMW's 2025 Annual IRP Update, and other rigorous analysis, EMW has confirmed that there are 3 options for Crossroads, although as discussed, all parties in this case support the TSA renewal option. To further explain the company's 3 potential paths forward and the benefits Crossroads provides to EMW's customers, and for purposes of your later questions in this case, EMW's witnesses are Kevin Gunn, Vice President, Regulatory and Government Affairs, who discusses national energy trends and the 3 options regarding Crossroads. Peter Rogge, Senior Manager, Engineering Generation Engineering Services, who discusses Black & Veatch's Crossroads relocation study, which is attached as a schedule to his pre-filed testimony, along with the procedures, costs, and schedule for potentially relocating Crossroads to a site in the Southwest Power Pool footprint. Cody Van de Velde, Senior Director, Strategy and Long-Term Planning, Energy Resource Management, who discusses the current state of affairs related to Crossroads being located in Mississippi, its inclusion in EMW's long-term resource planning, and how Crossroads enhances EMW's portfolio diversity and reliability through its geographic location and fuel supply. Darren Ives, Senior Vice President, Regulatory and Government Affairs, discusses why it is prudent for EMW to renew its firm point-to-point transmission service agreements, which permit Crossroads energy and capacity to benefit the company's customers. This decision tree is also provided in the pre-filed testimony of Kevin Gunn. In short, the 3 options from which the Commission may select for Crossroads are relocation of the physical Crossroads assets out of Mississippi, again, which no party seeks. 2, replacement of Crossroads with new construction. Or 3, renewal of the Crossroads TSA in 2029, on which all parties in this case agree. Thus, the inquiry for the Commission is practical with current and forward-looking impact. Based on all circumstances now evident and reasonably foreseeable, what is the prudent course of action for EMW to take with Crossroads regarding its 2029 TSA renewal deadline? As EMW's witnesses testify, the most prudent and least cost option is for Crossroads to remain in Mississippi and to continue to provide valuable service to EMW's customers. This option yields the lowest net present value revenue requirement, or NPVRR, of approximately $343.4 million, a levelized cost of capacity, or LCOC, of $11.16 per kilowatt month, and the lowest estimated incremental retail rate impact of roughly $0.002 kilowatt hour when compared to the other options. The second best option is for EMW to instead construct a replacement asset within SPP. This option has an NPVRR of approximately $620.6 million and an LCOC of $19.11 kilowatts per kilowatt month, with a customer rate impact of $0.006 to $0.008 per kilowatt hour. Further analysis determined that replacement capacity of Crossroads 300 megawatts with 4 General Electric 70.03 turbines would equate to an estimated $668,250,000 or $2,228 per kilowatt hour. Finally, the third option is to not renew the TSA in 2029 and instead disassemble the 20-year-old facility and relocate it to a site within SPP. Again, no party is advocating for this option in this case. This option has an NPVRR of approximately $525.9 million and an LCOC of $15.26 per kilowatt month, with a higher customer rate impact of 0.006 cents to 0.008 cents per kilowatt hour. Based on this analysis alone, option 1, again, renewal of the 2029 transmission service agreement for Crossroads to remain in Mississippi, is quantifiably the most prudent option. However, there are additional reasons why maintaining Crossroads in EMW's portfolio provides distinct benefits to Missouri customers. As Mr. Vandevelde testifies, Crossroads provides tangible reliability and cost benefits to EMW's customers in Missouri, even from its Mississippi location. In reality, Crossroads is only 150 miles from its SPP interconnection point and should be considered reliable electric generation under newly enacted Section 393.401.5. As discussed by Mr. Vandevelde and Mr. Ives, Crossroads diversifies EMW's generation asset portfolio from localized severe weather and natural gas price shocks in SPP. Crossroads is supplied by the Texas Gas Transmission Pipeline, which has historically yielded lower gas transportation and reservation costs than EMW's Missouri natural gas facilities. Additionally, Crossroads has a strong operational performance history, including critical performance during Winter Storm Uri of 2021 and Winter Storm Elliott of 2022. Finally, Crossroads locational marginal prices, or LMPs, in SPP have consistently exceeded those at EMW's other facilities, with incremental market revenues flowing through the FAC to customers, particularly when LMPs exceed EMW's load prices. Now, much is made by the other parties to this proceeding with regard to the Commission's 2 prior Crossroads-related orders from the company's 2021 and 2013 rate cases, which both occurred over a decade ago. Indeed, EMW is the only party who provided substantive analysis regarding all 3 options for Crossroads, while the other parties spent the vast majority of their testimony rehashing past events that are irrelevant to this proceeding. To be clear, in this proceeding, the company is not asking the Commission to relitigate or alter either of those past decisions. This is because there is a new question, and as of 2024, the transmission expense was roughly $18.1 million, the highest to date. Meanwhile, the regional and national energy markets have fundamentally shifted. The overall need for reliable electricity has surpassed what anyone could have imagined in 2001 and 2013. As discussed by Mr. Gunn, SPP set a new peak demand record in August 2023, 10% above the prior peak just two years earlier, with projections of as much as 25% higher by 2030. Dispatchable capacity has declined, interconnection congestion has increased, extreme weather events have intensified, and SPP's planning reserve margins will rise beginning in 2026. Against this backdrop, Crossroads' accredited 300 megawatts of capacity and its energy value are materially greater than what was or could have been contemplated in 2011 or 2013. Mr. Vandevelde explains that for these reasons, EMW's 2024 through 2025 IRP processes have reaffirmed the company's 2007 RFP regarding Crossroads and confirmed the inclusion of Crossroads in EMW's portfolio results in the lowest 20-year NPVRR. Finally, as I mentioned, the TSA must be extended or renewed in 2029 in order for EMW's customers to continue to receive the benefits of the 300 megawatts of capacity and energy from Crossroads. Some combination of staff, OPC, and MECG have proposed 3 recommendations regarding Crossroads. Unfortunately, each of those improperly ignores the distinct legal and factual posture of the issue that's before the Commission today. In the first recommendation, Staff Witness Majors argues EMW should renew the TSA, but should still be subject to a future disallowance of all transmission expense from Crossroads. OPC witness Ms. Mantle has testified she is aligned with this staff recommendation, and MECG witnesses Myers similarly argues that EMW should still be subject to an ongoing Crossroads disallowance. However, as Mr. Ives and Mr. Gunn explains, this approach would turn the Commission's established prudence standard and Missouri's regulatory compact on their heads. Renewing the TSA cannot be a prudent course of action to take if EMW will simultaneously be penalized through a predetermined non-recovery of the full cost of Crossroads' future service to customers. Under its prudence standard, the Commission also cannot disregard the significant factual changes regarding SPP's energy landscape since 2011 and 2013, or the quantifiable benefits Crossroads provides today. Additionally, the Commission is of course not bound by stare decisis in any event, so staff, OPC, and MECG are legally wrong in trying to impute or import a disallowance from the decades-old Crossroads orders. In the second alternative to a full disallowance, staff advocates a sharing mechanism between EMW's shareholders and customers for the Crossroads transmission expense. But again, this is not a lawful application of the Commission's prudence standard or Missouri's regulatory compact. While the Commission could, in a future case, provide partial recovery of the existing TSA costs up until the existing TSA ends in 2029, which would be an allocated sharing of costs, in this case, the Commission should determine whether it is prudent for EMW to renew its transmission contract in 2029. Any later review of the costs of that TSA in a future rate case should be only under the proper prudence standard. As to the third recommendation, Mr. Majors recommends that if the Commission determines that renewal of the TSA is imprudent, the Commission should place an artificial cap on the future replacement asset for Crossroads, so that the newly constructed asset would be included in rates at a value no greater than the current gross plant value of Crossroads. OPC's witness Mantle's testimony aligns with this request. Frankly, this third request is the most absurd and the most punitive. Staff's true-up accounting schedule shows that Crossroads plant value is approximately $29 million. So as compared to the $620.5 million replacement of Crossroads, there would be a plant valuation difference of $591.5 million. If EMW constructs a Crossroads replacement, it will be entitled to adequately earn its return on equity in a future rate case. For more than a decade, EMW and its shareholders have borne the financial consequences of prior disallowances, now totaling approximately $155 million, with a current annual disallowance of approximately $18.1 million. As Mr. Ives further explains, credit agencies have explicitly linked EMW's credit pressure to a lack of timely cost recovery and the Crossroads transmission disallowance, contributing to EMW's low earned return on equity. But now is the time to recognize Crossroads' current and ongoing benefits to EMW's customers. Prudence is judged by what a reasonable utility would do under the circumstances at the time, not in hindsight. Therefore, EMW is proactively seeking the Commission's guidance now so it can make a prudent, forward-looking decision regarding Crossroads in its future long-term resource planning. And, based on the evidence presented by EMW's witnesses, renewal of the Crossroads TSA is the prudent and least cost path to preserve 300 megawatts of accredited capacity, as well as the associated reliability and economic benefits for EMW's customers. So in conclusion, the company respectfully requests that the Commission find that a decision by EMW to renew the Crossroads Transmission Service Agreement with Evergy before it expires in February of 2029 is prudent. Also, please confirm that the Commission will apply its established prudence standard in future rate cases where Crossroads cost of service is considered for recovery, and reject proposals by other parties to apply prospectively a penalty or disallowance regarding transmission costs, or to impose an asset valuation cap on a resource that replaced Crossroads if that is the path the Commission chooses. Thank you.
Ms. Whipple, thank you. Any bench questions for Evergy? Hearing none. Ms. Whipple, thank you. Any opening statement on behalf of the staff of the Commission? Ms. Johnson, when you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners, Chair Hahn. It's an honor to be here with you again today, and specifically to share staff's position on the Crossroads issue again. I want to start out with what should be done with Crossroads, and specifically not just what should be done, but who should pay for it in the future. These decision points are not linked. The question of recovery is a question for a future rate case, and they're not legally dependent on each other. At this point, the industry's backed into a corner over Crossroads. Staff agrees that there is only one least cost option forward. There is only one decision. Crossroads has to stay. That does not require recovery for the transmission costs associated with Crossroads. Staff recommends renewal of the contract for Crossroads without transmission costs. If you have questions about alternatives, I'm sure that you'll recognize that staff is willing to come to the table and discuss options. But at this time, I want to address a few of the benefits of Crossroads that Ms. Whipple laid out. Ms. Whipple spoke about gas prices, and specifically about locational marginal price, or LMP. So the claim that natural gas prices are lower in Mississippi, thus justifying increased transmission expenses, is simply not true. EMW cites gas prices at marginal pipeline price, not the price of actual delivered and burned gas. Staff uses actual delivered gas prices burned at 3 comparison plants: Crossroads, South Harbor, and Greenwood during 2024. So during that time, Crossroads delivered price of natural gas is nearly twice that of Greenwood. Greenwood burned substantially more natural gas in 2024. More importantly, from 2009 through 2024, Greenwood delivered natural gas costs were less than Crossroads with the exception of 2 years. Staff's gas analysis is attached to the testimony of staff witness Keith Majors. If you'd like more information on that, I encourage you to have a longer discussion with him. EMW also claims that Crossroads' higher locational marginal price is a benefit over other generating facilities. Diversity in the portfolio. But the revenues received in every year since 2014 have not exceeded the annual fixed transmission expenses. What does that mean? The marginal revenues received do not even cover the fixed transmission costs and make zero contribution to fixed costs or even to the fuel it takes to run that plant. Do not let Evergy West pull you into their alternate reality of urgency and threaten you with the idea of inadequate generation. Should action be taken urgently? Sure. Is generation a concern? Absolutely. But the Crossroads facility and Evergy West's desire to have ratepayers foot the bill for the transmission costs will not help things move more quickly or remedy the company's failure to act to mitigate the transmission problem they have known about for over 2 decades. Further, staff rejects any rhetoric about Evergy dealing with the sins of Aquila. It's been over 15 years since this company's sins became their own. What Ms. Whipple described as punitive options are merely responsive actions made in regard to choices and actions taken or failure to act on the part of this company. At this time, I'd like to look at a timeline. It's a demonstrative. I'm going to have my colleagues hand it out if that's okay, Judge. Thank you. So I've intentionally waited to give this to you. Because I wanted to keep an eye toward the future, toward the actual issue question, which is, do we renew the contract? Staff's answer to that was yes. I don't want to take away from that. MECG, OPC, and staff agree on many fronts. The question of where we go from here requires compromise and a willingness to come to the table. Staff is always willing to come to the table. However, the decisions of today deserve reflection on the past so that we are not doomed to repeat negative outcomes. So let's reflect. Starting with a block of time in the early 2000s, that's number 1 on our timeline. During this time, Crossroads was put up for sale, valued against comparable units, and bid in for short and long-term purchase power agreements, PPAs. What did not happen? It did not sell for the price the company wanted for it. PPAs were not executed, and comparisons came with caveats regarding location. No one wanted a distressed peaking unit so far away from their service territory outside of their RTO. Here's the first series in a long history of missed opportunities by the company. Crossroads could have been sold for less, and generation could have been built out elsewhere, somewhere in the RTO or even in the service territory, maybe Sedalia. If you want the entire history of what staff knew, when they knew it, and why everyone else should have known too, please ask Mr. Keith Majors. I also encourage a long conversation about the history with OPC witness and former commission staffer, Lena Mantle. The next block on our timeline, number 2, covers the company's rate cases in 2010 and 12 when they were filed, or 11 and 13 as Ms. Whipple's presentation referenced. Recovery of all transmission costs associated with Crossroads was requested and denied a total of 4 times. Each initial case and the associated rehearing for each got the same result. During this time, MISO integration activities resulted in a dramatic increase in Crossroads transmission costs. The chair of the commission during that time frame of denials was Mr. Kevin Gunn. You'll recognize him as a company witness today. Former Chairman Gunn will tell you that the circumstances of Crossroads have changed. Things are different than they were during his time on the commission. Staff agrees, but in the opposite direction and for different reasons than Mr. Gunn suggests. The situation has gotten worse, the costs are higher. The situation has become even more exacerbated, and the longer the company refuses to mitigate these transmission costs, especially since this time frame represents the second series of missed opportunities by the company. After having been told no 4 separate times that these costs cannot be recovered while seeing them increase, the company could have sold, relocated, or built out other options. This brings us to number 3. Starting in mid-2014, this section on the timeline looks promising on the surface. The company convened a team, performed a cross-functional evaluation for options of what to do with Crossroads, and they came up with 15 options to mitigate Crossroads transmission costs. They even made a presentation at Commission Agenda to share their findings. So which option did they choose to mitigate the transmission costs? Here's the third series of missed opportunities. If the Crossroads capacity was to be replaced, EMW's missed several opportunities to replace the generation at attractive prices. EMW could have sold Crossroads with Commission approval and used the proceeds to invest in local generation without the burden of what is now nearly $19 million in transmission costs before even 1 kilowatt hour of energy leaves that plant. We go right back to 2010 because the next rate case was filed with a request for recovery of all Crossroads transmission costs. They picked the ratepayers covering the costs again, or at least they tried to. This carries us to number 4. This is the waiting game, because there's not a lot of evidence to be had about actions taken. Partially because the last rate case I mentioned from 2016 ended in a black box settlement, along with the next rate case in 2018. And when Evergy West filed its 2022 rate case, no transmission costs were included. Crossroads wasn't even a litigated issue. So problem solved. They moved in another direction. Or another missed opportunity, and we kick the can down the road. I suggest the can was kicked in the hopes that memories are short and the situation may change. In support of my theory, number 5 on the timeline, this current case. Same story, different decade. The company is at the same decision point it was nearly 10 years ago when it undertook a cross-functional evaluation of what to do with Crossroads. A study has been completed in this case, as Ms. Whipple walked you through. The least cost option is to continue paying the transmission costs. The company's answer now is the same as it was then, the same as it was at the outset. Assign the transmission costs to customers for a peaking plant outside of its RTO after the commission repeatedly said no. The timeline looks to the future with number 6, hoping for a change in approach by Evergy West. Mr. Gunn is correct. The status quo won't cut it. There seem to be a lot of parties reminding you what the law says today. Companies are often quick to draw a line in the sand and remind us that the commission cannot make managerial business decisions for a company. Agree, but they cannot have their cake and eat it too. They want you to pass on the burden of their bad managerial decisions to ratepayers so their shareholders and in turn their leadership don't feel the consequences of decades of avoided impacts surrounding Crossroads. I don't have to tell you that you're not bound by past orders, the same way that OPC does not have to tell you that you cannot bind future commissions. But I do ask you to reflect on the history lived by staff, the history of this company by its many different names, to ask you to make ratepayers cover these costs. I'll take questions.
Ms. Johnson, thank you. Any bench questions? Ms. Johnson, thank you. Opening on behalf of MECG, Mr. Opitz, when you're ready, sir.
Good morning, and may it please the Commission. Tim Opitz on behalf of MECG. I just want to mention 3 things to keep in mind. 1, building a power plant or deciding not to build a power plant and purchase one has long-term costs and consequences. 2, 100% recovery of transmission costs related to Crossroads from customers does not result in just and reasonable rates. And 3, in this case, you don't have the information to tell Evergy its decision to enter in a contract is prudent. So what is the issue in this case? The issue has been on a couple slides. It's, should the commission determine it is prudent for Evergy to renew its firm point-to-point transmission service with Entergy Corp. Before it expires in 2029? We've got testimony in this case that indicates doing so would be a least cost path moving forward. I say indicates because we don't have the information at this time. We don't know the contract terms. We don't know if the company is going to put 100% of this cost on the customers. I think it's not appropriate to do that. We don't know if they're going to bear 100% of the cost. If the company says, yeah, we're going to sign it and bear 100% of the cost, I'd probably say go ahead and tell them that they can re-sign. But we're not going to assume that because 100% of transmission cost is not just and reasonable rates. We can look at the handout from the company on their decision tree to understand how things might change, or why just signing a new contract, whatever it may say, is not a prudent path forward. Look at option 3, which is relocating Crossroads to a new service territory. It's actually a lower NPVRR than option 2, which, as I heard the company's framing as, well, our choices here are option 1 or option 2, which is keep as is or build a new one and get rid of the other one. But they're saying option 3 down on the bottom, it's less NPVR, the new build, but the new build gets 20 extra years of life. So think about that. We don't have a contract here about what it's going to look like when they do re-sign this agreement, and it sure looks like, based on what's here, that they should. We talk more about that example. If they sign an agreement, the way we look at it, MECG looks at it, is that is the transmission cost. That's a cost that's only ever going up. If they build a new one, that's a depreciating asset. The cost to customers is going to go down over its life. So right now we're presented with two sort of hypothetical options that says, one, it's better for customers to sign on to this thing that's going to go up and increase in cost over time, compared to getting one that's more expensive right now that's going to devalue over time. Let's say they negotiate. I don't know what that number may be, what it's going to cost in 2029 or 2030 in transmission cost. It could be that that number gets high enough, or that escalation is so high that that turnaround, even if it is least cost in that 2029-30 period, that maybe 5-10 years, that turnaround means, just like option 3 here, even though it's less cost than the other one, that it's not a prudent decision to move forward. The fact is, we don't know that right now. So, what do we want the commission to do here? I mean, first of all, don't say it's prudent to just move forward with a contract that we don't know what it looks like, that we don't know these costs yet. We may know what we think it'll look like, but we don't know. You could tell the company to come forward with a term sheet, go negotiate. Don't bring us don't bring us a contract, bring us the term sheet, and we can look at it and talk about it. Once we have that number, we can get to what MECG put forward in its testimony that I didn't hear as an option here, which is a reasonable option. It's we look at it, we've got to take into account that it's not just and reasonable for customers to pay 100% of these transmission costs, but maybe there's a balance related to the cost allocation between customers and shareholders that can be reached. In Mr. Meyer's rebuttal testimony, he lays out an outline. Now, importantly, that's not talking about the ongoing contract. It's our view that the commission has decided during the ongoing contract not to include that. If they re-sign the contract, if it looks like it's a good deal, prudent, not necessarily just least cost, but prudent, we think that the company should still bear some of these costs, transmission costs. I'm not saying because of the sins, but it's just the consequences of the choices and management decisions they made going back decades, as staff previewed, as is in the testimony of staff's Keith Majors, as is attached to Greg Meyer's testimony, as is in Ms. Mannel's testimony. That's just an unavoidable consequence. When you build a plant or decide not to build a plant and buy it, there are long-term consequences. So we've basically said, tell the company to bring us a term sheet. We'll look at it. We can decide if that really is the best path forward. But then once we've got that, we still need to talk about cost recovery, because it's unreasonable to have customers bear 100% of that. We started from a position that the company has put forward in prior cases, where we look at the value that was disallowed of transmission cost. We propose to bring it up to the 2029 value, and that would be the baseline. The company has to absorb that value up. Customers are on that baseline for that value, and then we share 50-50 moving forward if there's any increases. I think that's a reasonable result. I can't say that that's a reasonable result in any circumstance. I mean, the contract may look different. So we've got to see that term sheet first. We've got to see that contract first, and then we need to talk about cost share. So, I don't want to talk more about the history of it. I just want to say that there are reasonable approaches that aren't just on those 3 sheets there, and that the importance of looking at it and knowing what we're getting into is why we can't decide it's prudent right now. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Opitz, thank you. Any bench questions? All right, hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Opening for public counsel, Mr. Kleiser, when you're ready, sir.
There we go, super. If it would please the commission, John Kleiser on behalf of the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel, and good morning to all of you. All right, so I'm bringing up the train here, not unusual. I'm going to run through my opening statements really quick. So again, we're going to start by addressing the one issue that's in front of this commission, and I know we've all already heard it, so I'm not going to read it out loud. You can see it up there. Now, the correct answer to this issue that you have in front of you is no. But it's important to understand that when I say that, I mean very specifically the way the issue is phrased, which is, should the commission determine the prudency in this case? The commission should not make a determination in this case at all. And as already been kind of brought up, this contract that's in front of us, it does not expire until 2029. In addition to that, as Mr. Opitz on behalf of MECG just pointed out, you don't have a new contract in front of you. You don't have any terms in front of you. And this isn't on that one of those 2 bullet points, but perhaps the most important, this is a rate case, and rates have already been set. Nothing that you decide right now will affect the rates that have already been set. And that presents a very real legal problem to you, because what is being requested of you right now is an advisory opinion. And you can see here there's the language that's been put forward in the Western District. Actually, I believe that's a Supreme Court decision that sort of identifies what an advisory opinion is. And it's what happens when you ask for issues that aren't essential to the determination of the case or that are based on hypothetical facts. The issue in front of you right now is categorically not essential to determining the rate case that's in front of you. Rates have already been set. This will have no impact on rates. It cannot have impact on rates. And there are definitely hypothetical facts here because you don't have a contract term in front of you. As a matter of law, this commission cannot issue an advisory opinion. So the correct answer to this entire issue is to literally say nothing more and nothing less than, this is a request for an advisory opinion, we cannot answer it. The entire issue will be dealt with in a future rate case where it can properly be addressed. But as of right now, in this moment, the correct answer is solely, this is an advisory opinion, we cannot reach it. I should be able to stop there, but The stipulation allows parties to put forward other arguments. You've already heard all the other parties discuss the issue, so I'm going to get into it. And bear with me, I apologize. So, what lies behind the issue? And we've already touched on this quite a bit. It's the transmission costs. I'm not going to belabor this by going into the history of Aquila and kind of explaining how we got to this point. The short version, obviously, is that Evergy wants to recover the transmission costs of getting energy from Clarksdale, Mississippi, where Crossroads is located, to SPP. And I really want to point out again that deciding this issue is actually not going to get to the conclusion that the company wants. The company was really insistent on saying, we want you to reaffirm that you're going to employ your prudence standard, right? They kept bringing that up. You have to reaffirm that you're going to apply your prudence standard. But the thing is, this commission already determined it was prudent to acquire Crossroads and not receive transmission costs. And that was upheld by the Western District, right? That was appealed, and the Western District, the company argued to the Western District, they said, the commission can't tell us it's prudent to get this utility and not give us a transmission cost. And the Western District said, no, they can. The language is right there in front of you if you want to read it for yourself. So when you have counsel for Evergy standing up there saying, well, the commission can't make a determination that it's prudent for us to have Crossroads and not have transmission costs, they literally already have. It's literally already been upheld. You don't have to worry about any of this. But even more important than that is this simple idea that, well, let me get into Evergy's argument first. So ratepayers have spent about a decade, since 2011, 2012, paying off Crossroads, right? And because of that, it's actually very little is left. I think earlier was thrown out $29 million. There's no denying that. There's very little left in the plant. And Evergy therefore argues that it would make more sense to keep using that plant than to build a new one. And yeah, they're right. Like, if you have a choice between using my 10-year-old car and buying a new car, which one's going to be cheaper? Using my 10-year-old car. Nobody's really debating that argument. But the company then goes on to argue that because it's prudent for us to keep using that plant, that has to mean it's prudent for us to get the transmission costs. And this is where they go wrong, because a subsequent decision does not erase past imprudence. And I think that the easiest way for me to explain this, it's going to be a little bit weird, but I'm going to run you through a weird hypothetical. Now, I promise, this is a true story, okay? It's going to sound crazy, I know. I had a neighbor, lived across the street from me back when I was growing up in Parkville. And one day, my neighbor made the decision, after a rainstorm, that he was going to mow his backyard, which had a steep hill. And even worse, he decided he was going to mow his yard in flip-flops. Now, the unfortunate consequence of this decision was that he slipped, and his foot went somewhere that a foot never wants to go with regard to a lawnmower. It was a little grisly. If I pose you the question, is it a prudent decision to mow your yard on a hill after a rainstorm in flip-flops? The answer is no. That's not a prudent decision. I don't think anybody here is going to argue that it's a prudent decision. But if I ask you a second question, is going to the hospital afterwards, is that prudent? The answer is definitely yes. You should definitely go to the hospital. So here's the million-dollar question. Are your hospital costs prudently incurred? Because Evergy wants to sit there and argue going to the hospital was a new decision. And because it was prudent to go to the hospital costs must be prudently incurred. And the OPC is saying, oh, hold on a second. The only reason we're in the hospital at all was because you made a bad decision regarding when you should be mowing the lawn. So your hospital bills are still not prudently incurred, even if you have the intervening prudent decision of going to the hospital. You see how that works? Just because you made a prudent decision after getting into a bad situation doesn't make the cost you are incurring any more or less prudent. Let's apply that to this existing situation to show you exactly what I mean. Is having to pay transmission fees for a power plant located 525 miles away in Mississippi instead of having built in the SPP footprint, is that prudent? I submit to you the answer is no. The commission determined that it was no. I think that it's no. I can't see why we would build a power plant that far away to try and get transmission electricity here in Missouri. But after we've spent a decade paying for that plant, after we've almost completely paid it off, does it make sense to keep using it? And the answer there is yes. I think everybody actually agrees, we should still continue using this plant. But does that make the transmission cost prudently incurred? And the answer, again, it's just like the hospital. No. The only reason we're in Mississippi at all was because you made a bad decision. You made a decision to acquire or put into rates Aquila that decade ago, and we're still paying for that decision. And again, if you really, really wanted to look at this from a new decision standpoint, the question you would actually ask is, does it make more sense to spend $650 million or whatever the number was quoted earlier building a plant in Missouri or Mississippi? And of course, if that's the question, everybody here is going to say, well, it makes more sense in Missouri because then we don't have to pay transmission costs. The only reason that's not the question is because we've spent so long paying off Crossroads. But you don't get to have the benefit of that past decision allowing you to recover Crossroads in rates for a decade and then just ignore the fact that that's the only reason we're here in the first place. They're linked. The only reason Crossroads makes sense is because we've spent so long paying it off. But we only paid it off because this commission said they shouldn't be allowed to recover transmission costs. That is what the commission determined, and those two things are linked. So, having said all that, how is Evergy planning to force this issue? And they've done it by leveling a threat at ratepayers. And the way the threat works is, and I'm going to quote their brief here, Evergy will not willingly enter into or renew the transmission contract, a decision the commission has repeatedly stated as imprudent, unless the transmission expense is determined to be prudent and recoverable by ratepayers. What that translates to is this. The company is saying, if you don't allow us to recover transmission costs, we will walk away from Crossroads, knowing full well that that will increase costs for everyone. So you either give us the transmission costs or we increase costs for everybody. The correct response to that, though, and again, to compare that to the hypothetical I gave earlier, that's effectively if, Evergy had been my neighbor saying, unless ratepayers pay for my hospital bills, I'm just gonna sit here and bleed out. That's effectively what they're attempting to sue. If you don't give us the transmission costs, if you don't pay the hospital bills, I'm gonna make the situation worse. And to accomplish that, they've laid out, and you've heard this repeatedly, that they say you have exactly 3 options. The first one is effectively you give them the transmission costs, because that's the way they say that's the only way we'll renew the contract. The company can build a new plant somewhere, or the company moves Crossroads. But there's a fourth option. There really is. And the fourth option is to effectively just say, we find Crossroads prudent regardless of whether or not you get the transmission costs. Now, Evergy's response to this is, of course, to say, well, if you don't give the transmission costs, we're going to walk away. But you have an answer to that. Your answer to that is to simply say, whatever costs you incur for this capacity, you are only going to be allowed to recover what you would have recovered for Crossroads. In other words, you're saying to the company, we will give you whatever you would have uncovered for Crossroads, but not a penny more. And if you give them that option, they're going to stick with Crossroads because they know that's the cheapest way, and any additional costs would be borne by shareholders. So again, you have the fourth option of effectively telling the company, you are going to get whatever Crossroads would have given you and not a penny more. And the impact of that will be the company will stick with Crossroads because the risk of increasing costs would be borne by shareholders. And again, I just want to lay this out here. This is effectively what I just said, but it's laid out in Ms. Mantle's testimony. Again, I don't want to read the whole thing to you. This is why we're talking about, is it prudent for the company to keep using Crossroads even if they don't get transmission costs? The answer is yes, because this commission can disallow increased costs that arise from choosing to walk away from Crossroads. Okay, so I'm going to round this out with a short review of some of the arguments that you've already heard today. A couple of things have come up and I want to hit on them. This is just adding a few more color to the issue. Let's start with this idea that this is the sins of the past. You've heard a whole lot of ideas, and you're probably going to hear a lot more saying, Evergy shouldn't have to pay for Aquila's mistakes, or this is in our past, we need to move on. First of all, I want to make sure this is clear. Evergy purchased Aquila with the intention to scrap or sell Crossroads. When they first made the acquisition, they were planning to either scrap or sell this. That's in the testimony of Keith Majors, who does a magnificent job of laying out the history surrounding all of this. Just a fantastic job. Evergy was the one who made the decision to place Crossroads into rates after the fact. This is not an Aquila decision. This is Evergy management decision saying we're going to put Crossroads in rates and seek rate recovery for it. Since that time, Evergy has not built anything to cover that capacity gap. From 2011, 2012, when the commission first decided Crossroads, to 2022, in that period, there was only one CCN that Evergy West put forward, and that was for the Greenwood solar facility, 3 megawatts. They've had a decade to build capacity, knowing that this contract was going to expire. They did nothing. They instead bought all the capacity they needed from their sister company, Evergy Metro. They never built. And it's ironic because if you look back at the original Crossroads decision, part of the issue was the commission was upset that Aquila had not been building. And yet here you see Evergy West continuing that tradition for another decade of not building. And they've had a lot of opportunities to fix this. It's ironic that counsel for staff talked about missed opportunities, because you'll see that's one of my slides as well. Let's run over some of those. They've had at least 2 major opportunities since 2010 to acquire new generation that we know of. They could have purchased portions of the merchant part of the Jeffries Energy Center, and they've had multiple opportunities to buy Dogwood. And you might be saying to yourself, but John, they did buy a section of Dogwood. They did in 2023, 24. I can't remember the exact time frame, but it wasn't until 2023 that they requested it from the commission. They've had multiple opportunities before then to acquire portions of Dogwood to shore up their capacity. And again, they could have just built. They had a decade to do it. They had a decade to build, knowing that this contract was going to expire, but they didn't. But perhaps the most egregious of all, in my opinion, Evergy decided to shut down Sibley 3. It shut down Sibley 3 even though it had already spent $100 million plus putting new scrubbers into that plant that extended the life of the plant out. They shut it down 20 years early. That's baseload generation and capacity that was here in Missouri. And I want to remind the commission, we at the OPC fought that. We said, this is ridiculous. Why are you shutting down baseload generation here in Missouri? You already have a capacity shortfall. And the commission let them recover it anyways. So when they talk about how Crossroads is so much more valuable now, you're right, it is, because you keep making the capacity problem worse. I want to give you this quote from Mr. Major's testimony, because I think that it perfectly encapsulates the entire issue. Crossroads was constructed in 2002, sat idle for several years, and was only utilized by Aquila for Missouri customers for a short-term 2005 summer PPA when there were few alternatives. It is incomprehensible that Aquila, after the February 2007 IRP, out of the blue made its own decision to use Crossroads, a distressed transmission-constrained merchant plant 525 miles away, to serve Missouri customers. Great Plains Energy, that's GPE, now Evergy West, not Aquila, made these decisions. And current management has done nothing to prepare for replacing Crossroads capacity when it had several opportunities to do so. It is now Evergy Missouri West's responsibility to solve the problem prospectively and hold customers harmless from Aquila, Great Plains Energy, and now Evergy West's poor decision-making. And the only thing I would change about what Mr. Majors has to say is that it's not just Evergy West, it's also this commission who has the responsibility of holding those customers harmless. Last 3 slides, I'll run through them really quick. First of all, there's been talk about the earnings opportunity impact that this has had, and I just want to point this out. A disallowance will have an impact on earnings opportunity. It has to, because you're basically letting the company recover less than they've actually spent. That means any imprudence disallowance will have a negative impact. On the other hand, not finding imprudence disallowances will have an impact on customers. But the real point here is if this commission reaches the decision that it can't find something imprudent because it negatively impacts a customer's earnings, you can't find anything imprudent. You have effectively abandoned the prudence standard at that point. So the commission has to be okay with the idea that an imprudence disallowance will result in an impact to company's earnings, because otherwise there is no standard. The very last thing I want to touch on is just how much costs are planned to come down the pipeline. And what you have in front of you, this is just Evergy Missouri West's CapEx estimates and actuals from its last, I think 7, I'm not sure if I counted that correctly, IRP filings. And you'll see that from 2019 to 2025, there's been a 600% increase in estimated costs coming down in PISA. Right now, the current 5-year PISA spend for the 2025 is estimating nearly $5 billion in additional plant. I want you to keep in mind that Evergy's current plant net right now is about 3.5, I believe. So you're talking about more than doubling the company's plant. The cost implications on customers for this is going to be enormous. The profit that the company is going to be able to make on this is going to be enormous. There are serious concerns regarding affordability right now moving forward, and allowing them to recover transmission costs on top of all the additional CapEx that they've already got coming down the pipeline is going to greatly exacerbate those issues. So, to summarize, Evergy made the decision to put Crossroads into plate rates, not anybody else. It spent the last decade collecting a return on and of Crossroads. Evergy has also spent that last decade not fixing the problem by actively making it worse by retiring Sibley. And now the company is demanding that ratepayers bail it out, or else Evergy will make it even more dire. And again, I just want to remind this commission, when Evergy came and retired Sibley 20 years early after putting in $100+ million in scrubbers, the OPC fought it, and this commission allowed them to recover that. When Evergy came in and said we had massive costs during Winter Storm Uri because we didn't have sufficient capacity, we said, yeah, you didn't have sufficient capacity, that was imprudent, but it was allowed to be recovered through securitization. When Evergy came in and they were losing money on wind PPAs that they were entering into to shore up their capacity, because again, they still chose not to build, the OPC fought that too and said, why are we entering into wind PPAs that are losing money because we're not building capacity? The commission allowed them to recover that as well. When the OPC came in and said, let's change the FAC to encourage the company to increase the actual build so that we're not relying exclusively on the markets for our capacity problem, again, this commission said, no. And how many times can we see that there's a problem with the company choosing not to have built for a decade and have no ramifications of that? Just none. I'm strenuously urging this commission to please make sure that in this one scenario that the company is held responsible for having chosen not to build anything for a decade. Finally, again, ratepayers are not going to be better off. If you give them the transmission costs, ratepayers don't get any more capacity. They just get increased costs. And they're going to get increased costs on top of massive capital expenditures that are coming down the pipeline, capital expenditures that are going to raise rates through the roof. And so for all of those reasons, I strenuously urge this commission to, well, actually I take that back. As I said at the very beginning, all I'm actually asking of this commission is just an order saying that it's a request for an advisory opinion. You don't actually have to do anything more than that. In fact, I don't legally think you can do anything more than that. So that's really, I guess, all I'm asking for is still just, this is an advisory opinion, and we can't rule on it. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any bench questions? Chair Hahn?
Just a question. The CapEx, you have calculated that based on additional plant being built. Is that right?
So I personally have not calculated that. Dr. Jeff Mark has calculated that. That would be my understanding, but I would strongly encourage you to follow up with him to make sure that the number is the understanding of the calculation. I just don't want to speak out of turn because I don't want to get it wrong.
Thank you.
Commissioner, when you're ready.
Thank you. So the plant in Crossroads, located in Mississippi, cuts through part of MISO's territory in Mississippi, and then through some more of MISO's territory in Arkansas before it makes the connection to SPP, where it can actually get Evergy West. Am I understanding that correct?
I believe so. I have no reason to doubt the map that was included in Evergy's handout.
And it's 525 miles from that connection point?
The number I used was taken from Mr. Major's testimony. I know that Evergy has said 150 miles to the SPP interconnection. I personally do not know where that discrepancy is, so I just want to caution. Well, again, I would ask Mr. Majors where that number comes from, but there are a large number of miles, I can say that much at least. More than I can walk.
Yeah. And make it from point A to point B.
Okay, that's a fascinating question. So I am an attorney, not an engineer, and I'm going to straight up tell you, I could not begin to determine what kind of power loss, if any, would occur in that phrase. I think that, I know, well, obviously Ms. Mantle is a public a PE, and I don't, honestly, I apologize, I don't know about anybody else's credentials, so I'm afraid I can't answer that one.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
It's okay.
Yep.
I'll save it for later. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further bench questions? All right, I don't believe we have any. All right, Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Anything further from the bench or council before we go on to our first witness, Kevin Gunn from Evergy?
Yes, Judge. If it would be all right with you and with the commission, the parties have discussed taking a quick break to see if we might make the rest of the proceeding a little more efficient. And during the break, one of the things that would be great to know is if Peter Rogge might be excused or if there will be bench questions for him.
Excuse me, Ms.
Just
Whipple,
10,
thank you.
15 minutes, if that's all right.
Right, I'm hearing 10 to 15 minutes. Any responses from council, any problems? I'm showing that's almost 10:15, so we'll take a break until about 10:30 or so. Anything further from the bench or council before we go off the record? All right, hearing nothing, we will stand in recess until 10:30 a.m. Thank you, we're off the record. Brian, are you ready? All right, thank you. Good morning. We're back on the record. I believe our first witness is going to be Kevin Gunn, and I'm sorry, Ms. Whipple, did you have something to bring to the commission's attention?
Yes, the parties have agreed. They have no cross-examination questions for Mr. Raggi in the first instance, and so if there are also no bench questions and he may be excused, then we would ask for that.
Thank you. Will the bench have any questions for Peter Raggi from Evergy? Seeing some heads being shaken. Any objection to Mr. Raggi being excused from taking the stand? All right. He will be excused, will not be required to take the stand. Anything further before Mr. Gunn takes the witness stand?
Yes. Would you like us to enter his pre-filed testimony on the hearing record now, or do you want to do that later, Judge?
I do not have a preference, and I don't know if counsel has a preference. If you need to lay a foundation before you offer an exhibit, I'm fine either way.
If counsel don't object, I would offer for their admission now. Okay. Then, so move, please, the public direct testimony of Peter Raggi, which has been marked as 159P, as well as the confidential version of Mr. Raggi's direct testimony, which is 159C.
Okay, 159P and C have been offered. Any objections? Hearing none, exhibits 159C and 159P are admitted into evidence. Anything further before Mr. Gunn takes the stand?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. If Mr. Gunn would come forward to be sworn, please. If you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, please, sir. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. And counsel, when you're ready.
Please state your name for the record.
Kevin Gunn,
Mr. Gunn, where do you work?
Evergy,
What is your title there?
Vice President for Regulatory and Government Affairs.
Mr. Gunn, did you cause to be filed direct testimony in this case, which is pre-marked as Exhibit 158?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do. It's a small word, but a large correction on page 11 of my testimony on the decision tree. If you look under the first box, number 1, there should be a not in between is and. So it should read, no action on behalf of the commission or company regarding Crossroads is not an option because the MISO transmission expense contract expires February 2029. And apologize for that miss.
Thank you. With that correction, is the testimony contained in Exhibit 158 true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 158 and tender this witness for cross-examination.
158 has been offered. Any objections? Hearing none, Exhibit 158 is admitted into evidence, and we are on to cross-examination. Now, bear with me. I have lost what I needed on my screen. Just one moment. Any cross-examination, MECG? No, thank you. Any cross from staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
Cross from public counsel?
No, thank you.
Right. Any bench questions? Chair Hahn, any questions? Hearing none. Commissioner Mitchell?
Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Gunn. Just for the sake of the new guy and kind of helping me set some context, can you kind of give me the Cliff Notes version of how it came to be that Evergy has this generating resource in Mississippi and if the initial plan really was to decommission and scrap it or sell it, what changed in that?
Sure, and I think Mr. Ives can also go into some more detail, but this is really legacy generation from the Aquila merger with KCP&L. It was a plant that was involved in the transaction. and was part of the package when the Aquila assets and the KCP&L assets merged, when essentially KC&L bought Aquila. And that's a kind of a tortured history. Aquila was obviously in some pretty big trouble and needed to merge in order to really maintain the proper status quo of the generation in the state. It was an important merger that needed to happen in order to make sure that there wasn't kind of irreparable harm. And I think it's also important to remember that the transmission agreement that was part of this, obligated us to pay the transmission costs regardless of whether the plant operated or not. So if the contractual obligations were that if the plant were to get hit by a tornado, you still would have been obligated to pay the costs. So decommissioning that, or all of the steps that the company looked at in dealing with the Crossroads plant was under kind of that rubric, that those transmission costs were still going to be incurred under the original contract, regardless of what happened to the actual Crossroads plant. So that, when you go through the different periods of time, and again, Mr. Ives King was part of that. I was not part of those discussions and can go through some of that historical analysis. But at the different inflection points when the company was trying to deal with Crossroads, hanging over that was the fact that those transmission costs were going to be obligated to be paid anyway. And so it was continually, the decision was made to continually operate Crossroads as it is for the benefit, because we were going to pay those transmission costs anyway.
So is it fair to say that the transmission cost just represents the fixed cost of constructing and operating the line?
Well, it's all part of the MISO tariff now. So originally it was an agreement, and again, Mr. Van de Velde and Mr. Ives can go into specifically what was covered, what costs are covered on that, but it was originally, and admittedly, we've done this probably it's our fault that we're probably a little clunky around the language. So originally it was a transmission agreement with Evergy that would have the cost, but when Evergy entered into MISO, that contract was transformed to the MISO tariff. So now all of the terms and everything that's surrounding that and what it takes into account and what those costs are now governed by the FERC-approved MISO tariff. So when we talk about terms, when we talk about negotiation, there's really none of that existing today, because it's a reservation agreement through the MISO tariff. So all of those, what is accounted for in that would be contained within that MISO tariff. And again, Mr. Ives and Mr. Van de Velde can go in more specifically about what those were.
And I heard earlier the transmission costs took some significant increases in 2014 and in 2024. Do you know why? Not so much at that point.
It's MISO. It's a transmission increase through MISO. The 2014 clearly is once they integrated into MISO, you're in a larger footprint. You're not just paying the single transmission cost. The transmissions costs go up throughout the footprint.
And are there any other off-takers for that particular transmission line? Does it exclusively make that connection?
We receive the benefits from both the capacity and the energy that's coming through there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Further questions? Chair Hahn?
Morning.
Morning.
Help me clarify, and if I have to ask someone else, that's okay, but Commissioner Mitchell brought up something that I was thinking about, which is Mr. Opitz said it would be nice to see a term sheet as part of an agreement so that we could evaluate this, whether or not we could evaluate it. So are you currently negotiating any agreement for 2029? And I heard you say it's part of a FERC reservation agreement.
And again, this was again our fault for making it clunky, because because of the transfer, it originally started out as a contractual agreement with Evergy. Once Evergy moved into MISO, that contract, and again, Mr. Van de Velde can go into some more specifics, but that contract was essentially subsumed into the MISO tariff. So today, there's not a negotiation with Entergy, there's not a negotiation with MISO. It's formulaic based on the FERC-approved MISO tariff. So all the terms, all of everything that governs that transmission path is done through the MISO tariff. So we are not doing independent negotiations with MISO. It's a reservation agreement now where you literally say, we are going to sign up for this reservation agreement, and then the terms of the MISO tariff would kick in.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Further questions? Commissioner Coltmeyer.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Morning.
I had a list, but I think I'm going to narrow it to one.
Sure.
That means the other guys are going to, that's kind of fair warning to them, huh?
Sure.
One of the, either the staff or OPC talked about when you were chair, it was denied 4 times, transmission cost was denied 4 times.
I only did it twice.
Only
Yes,
twice.
right.
Can you discuss why it was denied 4 times? Or 2 of the 4?
Well, I think that, I think it's, the orders speak for themselves, right, as you know. So I think that the rationale for why the transmission costs were denied, and at that point, it was that there was concern about the plant being in Mississippi, it being far away, and this being an individual transaction. And in my, so, and the order, I think the orders lay that out, what those concerns were. And I think that if you look moving on, you had very similar circumstances in the other 2 times, right? You had an existing contract, or that turned into a reservation agreement. You had this plant that was far away, and that, quite frankly, is why we're here. Is that we are at a point now where there is the opportunity to say, well, the commission determined that you made a mistake and entered into something imprudent for, the last however many years. And it seems to me that what is being said now is we want you to continue to make that mistake, and we want to continue to have you pay for those transmission costs. And what we're saying is well, we believe circumstances have materially changed, because A, this is a new agreement. We don't have to enter into this agreement. It's a new agreement. We are not obligated to pay the transmission costs after 2029. We were obligated to pay the transmission costs under the agreement previously.
All the way to 29.
All the way to 29.
Okay.
As I said, if the plant had gotten hit by a tornado and destroyed, we would still have been obligated to pay those transmission costs. You have, it's now in MISO. Transmission costs have gone up. And we are we're in a position now where those 300 megawatts are not expendable. We've got to figure out, and I think both under SB4 and just our capacity position, we need to replace those if we're not going to re-up the transmission contract. And look, it's not an easy decision, but to have the parties say, enter into a new agreement that we believe is imprudent doesn't make any sense to me. If it's imprudent, we shouldn't be entering into the contract. So why, and I don't think it's a good business decision, and I don't think it's good for other customers, but to say, enter into an imprudent contract, because that's what we think you should do, is just illogical, and I don't believe it comports with the regulatory compact. I mean, if we are required to do prudent things, and if we don't do prudent things, then there's disallowances, and what we're asking for is to say there's not going to be an automatic disallowance if you move forward with this contract, because it is the best thing to have customers do. But we're in a position right now where it's kind of an absurd result, where we're being told to enter into a contract that the commission will say you don't get to recover. It's a new agreement. So being told to enter into an agreement that is imprudent, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like that comports with the regulatory compact. It seems to me to be a taking, and not appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Further bench questions? Chair Hahn?
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
It does strike me as odd that the company is asking for the commission to make a determination on prudency prior to the action occurring and us having the agreement in front of us in 2029. What is the company's, everything we do is almost looking back. Was it prudent? So what is the company's response that you have to have, even legally, a response now versus the company making the decision in 2029 as to what is the most prudent path forward, and then bringing that argument to the commission then?
The biggest issue is that we have to take action today if we do not get direction that this will be considered under the normal prudence standard. The presumption of, if the presumption of prudence is returned to this, and we get the direction that there is no immediate disallowance because it is, the plan is in Mississippi, this is more directionally like an IRP. But the reason why I don't think it's an advisory opinion is it's not like we can wait until February of 2029 and say, oh, it's imprudent to enter into this contract, so now we have to go out and replace 300 megawatts worth of capacity. We have to start taking actions today if we are going to replace that 300 megawatts of capacity. The best time would have done it probably would have been a year ago before we did the study, is to start planning for that. So, because it's not a viable option, in our opinion, to say, we are going to enter into a contract which the company has deemed imprudent. We are going to have our shareholders, and look, it's not fun, but we have an obligation to our shareholders as much as we do to the ratepayers and the customers. And so it is not a good business decision to continually take those transmission losses into the future that we know are going to be disallowed. So if this commission determines that it is an advisory opinion and they say we are not going to make a decision, and I've been wanting to do this all along, I get to quote Neil Peart from Rush saying, if you choose not to decide, you've still made a choice. And the choice is not giving us directionally where we need to go. So we need to start making plans to replace that 300 megawatts worth of capacity today. We can't just turn that on and turn that off tomorrow. That is as you know, in dealing with these CCNs, we have the planning for a replacement plan or planning for replacement 300 megawatts is a process. And if you take a look at where the capacity market is, so going out and even buying interim capacity, that is shrinking as we speak. So to be able to go out and try to find 300 megawatts of capacity is not an easy thing to do. Now, of course, the commission has the ability to review costs. They always do at every rate case. They always have the ability to do that. But by saying that or by not saying that it is a little bit of a negative, not saying that there will be an automatic disallowance because we don't think this is prudent, or not giving us clarity and having that enormous risk that the commission will do what they have done in the past if we enter into that contract and find those transmission costs to be imprudent and have a disallowance, that's too much of a risk for us to take.
Okay, so now my memory is jogged, and now I'm establishing a pattern of legal strategy within Evergy, which is, and Evergy recently asked the Kansas Commission for a predetermination on capital structure prior to a rate case, outside of a rate case. I can't recall the commission decision in that case. I think I recall staff in that case saying that the commission couldn't predetermine capital structure outside of a rate case, but I can't remember what the path forward was. Do you recall?
I don't. That's a better question for Mr. Ives. I wasn't involved. I know he was extensively involved with that process, and he can answer that question. No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
And further bench questions? Commissioner Coleman.
Thank you, Judge. Actually, the thing I was most interested in Commissioner Kochmeyer asked, but there is something that was on the chart that the staff, PSC staff presented in their opening statements, and it was about opportunities missed. This would have been before your time there at Evergy, but it talked about options that were mitigating actions that could have been taken at one point, and including the selling of Crossroads. Have you any insight on that since you've been there? Anybody giving you any explanation as to the strategy?
Again, all of that, the underlying all of that was the fact that the transmission costs would still have been obligated. We were gonna have to pay those transmission costs. If Crossroads went away and didn't exist anymore, the contract would still have us obligated to pay the transmission costs. That's the dark cloud that's hanging all over this, is that we were obligated to pay those. And so when Mr. Ives can go through some of the teams and the studies that they went, at each one of those opportunities, it was determined that it was a better option to continue because of those obligations on the transmission costs that already existed.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Mitchell?
Along the line, between 2014 and 2018, Ms. Johnson mentioned that there were dozens of studies and alternatives evaluated, and when you mentioned capacity markets, it made me think of this, that did any of those ever look at just taking the capacity from Crossroads and selling it into the MISO energy markets, and then using those proceeds to offset the cost of building a resource somewhere closer that with a transmission could be avoided?
Honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. Mr. Ives would be able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mitchell, thank you. Any further bench questions? Okay, I think I have a few. Mr. Gunn, if you've already answered these, please let me know.
Sure.
I'm not asking you to repeat yourself.
No
I
problem.
think I just have a handful of questions. To the extent that you know, if Evergy decides to renew the point-to-point transmission contracts, what terms would be negotiable, and when would the new agreement be negotiated?
Mr. Van de Velde would be able to speak to that specifically, but it's my understanding that there is no negotiations, that it is literally a formulaic governed by the MISO tariff, and the MISO tariff would set out all those terms and conditions. So it's not like an individual negotiation. You have a reservation agreement that is governed by the tariff. You literally send it in or click a few buttons, and you have that those terms and conditions all apply.
If Evergy renews the point-to-point contracts with Crossroads, would the other party be Evergy, or excuse me, Entergy or MISO or another party?
It's my understanding it would be MISO.
Okay. And why would it be MISO instead of Entergy or the city of Clarksdale?
It's because you're selling into the MISO market. Again, Mr. Van de Velde, and if they can clear if I'm wrong, but from my understanding is the counterparty is MISO because it's through the tariff. You're selling into the MISO market. Entergy still technically probably owns the line, but they give up operational control to MISO, so that transaction would go through MISO, and MISO would be the other party.
And again, if Evergy renews, do you know if Evergy would want the agreement to be identical or similar to the current agreement, or do you foresee any changes to that agreement?
From what I understand, that the current tariff isn't going to change. But the term might change. So you are not necessarily obligated to do a contract for the life of the plant. So there are, and so if you. And again, Mr. Van der Velde can go into more detail, but from my understanding, if you renew that contract for 1 to 4 years, then if you want to renew it again, you have to go through a new study process with MISO. If you renew it for 5 years or more, you get rollover rights under the MISO tariff. So you could roll that contract over over 5 years, or for longer. So we today could set a new term for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and you'd get rollover rights. If you did it for 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, you could do that, but that would have implications, because if you then decided you wanted to re-up after that period of time, you would have to go through the MISO study process again. And again, Mr. Vandervelde can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's my understanding of the kind of the only flexibility in the terms and conditions because of the way the tariff is set up.
Has Evergy begun negotiations for a new contract or contracts?
Again, it's not really a negotiation. It is you submit a reservation request under the MISO tariff, and that's accepted or it's not. And I believe that where we are right now, because we have the current agreement, that it would be accepted. The only thing that we could make the determination of is how long that term was going to be, that the agreement would continue.
Okay. And I would expect council to address this in post-hearing briefs, but what is your take on public counsel's position that rates have been set and you're simply asking for an advisory opinion, which the commission doesn't have an authority to do?
I think I asked the same question. There are certainly other cases in which the commission has given direction to companies on where they should go. I think that this ultimately will address rates. We're not asking for a revenue requirement change, but I think ultimately it does have an impact on rates. And again, I don't believe it's an advisory opinion. I think it's ripe, because we have to we have to take some action based on the commission decision. We have to start, if the commission says, nope, we're not, and even if the commission says we're not going to make that determination at this time, we have to start making preparations to replace those 300 megawatts. So we need to start making preparations today. We have to take affirmative action based on a commission decision. It's not hypothetical. It's not made up. It's not saying some future time. It's the day the order comes out, we will have to take some action potentially based on what the commission's decision is.
All right, Mr. Gunn, thank you. I don't think I have further questions. Chair Hahn?
Sorry, me again. The only authority that I'm aware of that the commission has to make a predetermination is in the CCN rule. Where else does the commission have the authority to make this decision?
While I would love to have the commission say that this it's prudent to do, I think saying that you would return to because it's a new agreement, you would return to the prudent standard and not have an automatic disallowance. Return to the normal presumption of prudence based on the decision that's being made. That's probably, and there wouldn't be an automatic disallowance. It's probably sufficient for us. But to not have that, and I think the commission gives direction in their orders all the time. But does this have to be specifically use the term decisional prudence? I think you probably have the authority to do that, but that's probably a legal question.
Thank you.
All right, any further bench questions? All right, hearing none. Any cross based on bench questions? MECG.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Staff.
Just a few things, Judge. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gunn.
Morning.
I want to follow up on Commissioner Kolkmeyer's question regarding the 4 denials that I mentioned in my opening, and I'd like a little bit of clarity here for the record. So in the rate cases filed in 2010 and 2012, numbered maybe 2011, 2013, however we want to categorize. You know the ones I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. In those rate cases, were there applications for rehearing, motions for rehearing?
I would assume so. I'm not sure, but I'm assuming they were almost always filed, so I would assume they were.
And if there were motions for rehearing filed and they were denied, would that be a denial of the commission to rehear those issues in that case? Is that how you'd categorize that
The
as a
commission
commissioner?
well, I believe the commission would have decided that they decided it correctly in the first instance and didn't need to rehear.
Is that what your commission decided at that time?
That, what, the transmission cost should be excluded?
That they wouldn't rehear the issue in those two cases?
Again, if that's what the record shows, I would accept that. I don't have any specific recollection of what order came out after that.
Okay, I understand.
It was a
Thank
long
you.
time ago.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
I also want to ask about the MISO process. So there's been a lot of questions and a lot of inferences about negotiations for contracts, and I'll be fully transparent that I was not aware that there would be really kind of a lack of negotiation from what you're implying. And I'm curious if you could walk through the MISO process. And I know that we've had a question about negotiations starting, but has the MISO process, the request, reservation request, I think you called it, has that started? Have steps been taken?
So Mr. Van de Velde can go into, I'm sure, exquisite detail about this, but from my understanding, it is literally as simple as we could do that today. We could do that. I think there's a notice period if we're not going to renew. That would be a year-long process. But anytime up to that notice period, from what I understand, it is simply a submission of the request, and that is either accepted. And I think that there is a presumption that it's accepted if you currently have the reservation agreement. So it has not. I literally think it's we would take action to do that. So it's not a very long process. It's a very simple process that could happen almost at any time.
Whenever you make a request for one of those reservations that's quick or can be, and there's a presumption of approval if it's already in place, have you ever had an indication of prudency indication from the commission before making any other reservations in MISO?
I don't know the answer to that question because I don't make those reservations, and I'm not sure. I have much of that has happened before I joined the company, so I just don't know.
Okay, thank you for the clarifications. Nothing further.
Ms. Johnson, thank you. Any cross-public counsel?
Yes. So first, I want to ask these questions in regard to the issue related to the advisory opinion that we were asked from the bench. I just want to make sure I understand some things correctly. You're familiar with the style of this case, right?
I am.
Right, and this is a rate case, correct?
It is.
Right, and the purpose of a rate case is to set new tariffs, or rather to change a company's tariff sheets addressing the rates that are set in the rates, in the rate case, correct?
It's not the only purpose, but it's the main purpose.
Well, you would agree with me that there's a stipulation that has been signed and approved by the commission that sets new rates in this rate case?
That sets the revenue requirement, yes.
You would agree with me that new tariff sheets have been put forward and are currently in effect with new rates for this rate case?
I do.
And you would agree with me that the outcome of this decision in front of the commission right now will not result in a change to the tariff sheets that are currently in effect as a result of this rate case?
Not directly, but I don't believe that if you rate case orders also can set policy that would eventually have an impact on rates. So for example, whether there's a pilot program or other policy steps that are taken. So under the absolute strict definition of what you're trying to say, I don't know that I agree with that statement.
Well, you're referring to future rates. You're attempting to suggest, am I not correct, that what the commission decides here could impact future rates?
What I'm saying is I don't think that rate cases only have to directly impact current rates. There are policy discussions and other impacts on other things that a rate case order can do.
Sure. Let me get back to my original question, though. Is the decision in front of this commission right now going to in any way impact the tariffs that are now in effect as a result of this rate case?
I don't think at the end of the order, no.
No. I want to ask you a quick series of questions regarding an issue that came up, I think, in the discussion with Chair Hahn, although I might have been misjudging that. I apologize if I was. You were asked effectively, if the commission reaches an advisory opinion, potentially that might be illegally what they're required to do, but the company would effectively treat that as a decision that they wouldn't be allowed to recover transmission costs. And from what I understood, you would treat that as we have to go build. Is that an accurate recitation of what I think you testified to?
If the commission, the risk is such that if we don't get clarity from the commission, we are going to have to take steps to replace those 300 megawatts. If that, whatever that means, but we have to start undertaking planning because building is an option. It is one of the options that we have. I think it's probably the only option that we have. But we have to start undertaking those processes as soon as we get an order from the commission.
Well, it's that clarity that I actually want to drill in on. So just to make sure I understand this, if the commission were to issue an order in this case that said it was prudent for the company to renew its contract, but that does not determine whether or not the company will be allowed to recover transmission costs, is the company going to treat that as if they are guaranteed to get transmission costs, or is the company going to go build at that point?
Can you repeat that again?
Sorry. If the commission in this case were issued a decision that says that it was prudent for the company to renew its firm point-to-point transmission agreement with Evergy, but that does not guarantee the recovery of transmission costs, how is the company going to respond to that?
Well, I know I would recommend that is a non-decision that creates too big of a risk for us to sign the point-to-point transmission cost or agreement.
So is it correct then to understand that what you're saying is that nothing short of the commission determining that you will be allowed to recover transmission costs in this case right now is going to encourage you to actually re-up the contract?
That's not what I said.
Well then help me understand where I'm getting things wrong.
Sure, because what I said is if we said that the commission was going to return to a prudency standard, that under the typical rate-making principles and return to the prudency standard, and there not be an automatic disallowance for the plant to be in Mississippi, and that they would treat this as they would a new agreement with all the facts done at the time in which the decision was made based on all comparable options, that's what we're asking for.
And so again, if the commission were to make a decision in this case that says we're going to treat this as a new agreement, as you say, but that still does not guarantee that you will be allowed to recover transmission costs, is that going to be sufficient for the company?
I think that's a signal that they have not said that there's not going to be an automatic disallowance.
All right. I don't think I need to belabor this point any further, so I will end my cross there. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Kleiser was talking about what you're asking the commission to do here, and isn't it true that in the settlement agreement, OPC and all the parties separated Crossroads out as a separate issue for the commission to decide in this case, the very thing we're doing right now?
That's why.
I'm going to object in the far as calling for a legal conclusion regarding what the purpose of the stipulation was.
Well, you asked him what you're asking the commission to do, and I'm trying to explain, he's asking the commission to do what you agreed to in the stipulation.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule.
Issue 5C was explicitly agreed to, and I think the issue speaks for itself that we've asked the commission to do this.
So is it I think you testified that the commission has given advice to companies, telling what the policy should be. That's something the commission can do, and what the commission is supposed to do for its regulated utilities. Is that correct?
It is, and even in, I think there was even some direction in some of the cases, either dissenting or concurring opinions from the previous issue. When this previous issue was determined, there was questioning and prodding and some direction given by the commission about how things should be handled, or how potentially they could be handled sometime in the future.
For the Crossroads case and for other issues, this has come up with the commission on other issues, right?
Correct.
Are you aware of any of those instances?
I mean, I think in the Crossroads issues, I think, or just other instances.
Just giving advisory opinions to other.
I don't think they're advisory opinions. I think what they are is they're policy directions. We, for example, I know in some of the energy efficiency dockets and other things, you set direction, you set goals, you say, this is what we would like to see from the commission, this is what, or from the companies in the future, this is what we would like to see. I think they point in companies in the right direction. Part of what we're trying to do here, and I think this is really fundamental, is the parties agree that this is a messy situation. And we're asking for direction from the commission to make sure we don't continue that messy situation in perpetuity. So we're trying to be, instead of asking for forgiveness, like it appears we were doing after a lot of the Crossroads cases, what we're trying to do is say, we want to do the right thing here. We want to do what is best for consumers, and we're looking for that direction. I quite frankly, what the commission decides is fine. Whatever they decide is fine. We will take actions based on what their direction is. If they don't want to give the clarity, that is a decision point for us. So all we're trying to do here is make sure that we don't perpetuate what people have been complaining about since 2011.
Thank you. Sorry, any further questions, Mr. Snyder? All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Gunn, thank you very much. You may step down. Anything else from the bench or council before Mr. Vandevelde takes the stand? All right, if you'll come forward to be sworn, please, sir. If you'll be sworn, please, sir. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you very much, sir. You may have a seat. And Evergy, when you're ready.
Please state your name
Cody Vandevelde,
and by whom are you employed,
Evergy,
and what is your position there?
Senior Director of Strategy and Long-Term Planning.
And Mr. Vandevelde, did you prepare direct testimony in this case, which has been marked as Exhibit 160 and dated September 15th, 2025?
I did.
Okay. And do you have any corrections to your direct testimony?
I do not.
Okay. And if I asked you the questions contained in Exhibit 160, would you be giving the answers that are set forth in that exhibit?
Yes.
And were they given under oath?
Yes.
Judge, I offer Exhibit 160 at this time.
Exhibit 160 has been offered. Any objections? Hearing none, Exhibit 160 is admitted.
Okay. And I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Sobers, thank you. Any cross-examination, MECG?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
The prior witness, I guess, was asked about some MISO provisions and pointed to you as someone who might be able to answer. Do you know what the transmission point-to-point rate will be in 2029?
I do not.
Do you know what the escalations to that transmission within the point-to-point transmission cost might be beyond 2029?
I do not.
When will you know those costs or figures?
When the bill from MISO shows up, just like we do today.
Are you aware if Clarksdale will add any costs on top of the MISO rate?
Costs pertaining to transmission?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any.
Within MISO, are you familiar with the long-range transmission planning that they've got going on?
Vaguely.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Opitz, thank you. Any cross from staff?
Nothing from staff, thank you.
Ms. Johnson, thank you. Public counsel, any cross?
No, thank you.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any bench questions? I might have just a couple for you. Has Evergy considered building a transmission line from Crossroads to SPP to avoid paying the MISO point-to-point costs?
We have discussed it. I've talked to our transmission planning and transmission construction teams about the feasibility of that. There are some complications given the Mississippi River, and there could be some cost complications with transacting and building transmission lines over the river, but that has been looked into.
Is that a viable alternative going forward, you think, or no, and why or why not?
At this point, I don't believe it is viable compared to the other options that we've identified, mainly because I don't believe it's it would be cost prohibitive to do so.
Right, thank you. I think that's all I have. Any other bench questions? Right, any recross based on bench questions, MECG?
No, thank you.
Staff?
Just one follow-up on your question, Judge, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Vandevelde.
Morning.
You just indicated that it would not be a viable option to build the company's own transmission line to avoid the costs of MISO transmission. And you said because it would be too costly. Do you have an indication of who would pay those costs?
To build the transmission line?
Yeah, who'd end up paying for it in the end?
I'm not intricately familiar with the MISO protocols. I would imagine a market participant would either have to sponsor and pay for those costs directly, or there is a potential that cost could be socialized across the MISO system if MISO saw the benefit of building a transmission line.
And is that something that would likely attempt to be recovered in rates if they pursued that option?
If the company pursued investing in transmission infrastructure to tie it directly into SPP, yes, I would recommend the company would pursue that as recovery in rates from customers, yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Nothing further, Judge.
Johnson, thank you. Public counsel?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. Redirect?
Just a couple of questions, Judge. Mr. Vandevelde, does Evergy, Missouri West, as a public utility, do business in the state of Arkansas?
In the state of Arkansas, not that I'm aware of.
Is it recognized as a public utility in the state of Mississippi?
Not that I'm aware of.
And I know you're not a lawyer, but do you know if the company has ever exercised the power of eminent domain in either of those two states?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked some questions by Mr. Opitz about the MISO tariff and how if the company chose to renew the transmission service path agreement, how that would occur. Would you explain that in a little greater detail to the commission so they have a clear understanding of what that process involves?
Sure. Witness Kevin Gunn did a good job on this, but so I'll reiterate some of those points. We have the reservation agreement in place through February of 29 as indicated throughout this case. We have up until 12 months prior to that expiration to make a decision on whether or not we would like to renew or extend that reservation. Because it is a long-term agreement, we have that right. If we were to extend that anywhere from 1 year, it has to at least be a 1 year extension. It can be longer, but anywhere between 1 and 4 years, we will then relinquish our right to extend beyond that new term. If we were to enter into and extend the agreement 5 years or more, we would continue to retain the rollover rights just like we do today, because then it would be viewed as a long-term agreement under the MISO tariff, and we'd retain those rights.
Now, when you speak of a rollover agreement, can you explain what happens when you exercise a rollover, or if you don't have that right to exercise the rollover?
Can you clarify the question?
Yeah, I believe that Mr. Gunn told Mr. Opitz that years 1 through 4 would be ineligible for a rollover and would cause transmission cost studies to be implemented. And I wanted you, if you could, to explain that process to the commission.
Sure. So if we were to extend in that 1 to 4 year time frame, and then at the end of that period, decided that we would like to have the transmission beyond that 1 or 4 year period, MISO would actually have to restudy that path and would have to relook at the path and decide if there were any broader network upgrades that would be needed to support the flow of that power. And so that would be the benefit of extending 5 years or more, is you essentially prevent yourself from going into that restudy, and you retain that right to continue to extend without the possibility of restudy and upgrades that would come with an additional cost to allow for that path of power to flow.
And so costs that might be called for by the restudy process would be avoided by a 5-year extension or longer.
Correct.
Okay. Judge, that's all I have. I would like to offer 2 exhibits based upon the maps that were in Ms. Whipple's opening statement. Exhibit 163, and I will pass out copies to the bench and to council, is the SPP map that shows where it extends into Arkansas, and Exhibit 164 is the geographic map that shows the distance between the Crossroads Energy Center and the SPP interface with Southwestern Power Administration. Let me ask the witness to identify these, though, for the record.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these because it seems like by counsel's admission, this is relating to the opening statement from co-counsel. It's not in, as far as I know, not in his testimony that was pre-filed, and as such is outside the scope of any cross-examination from interveners or the bench.
I thought that Mr. Kleiser, counsel for public counsel, said that these were not opposed, so I would simply ask them to be admitted as demonstrative evidence, if nothing else.
Right. I'll overrule the objection.
Would you identify Exhibit 164, which is before you now?
Would you like me to describe it?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a geographic map showing an illustration of the Crossroads Energy Center located in northwest Mississippi in relation to the SPA SPP interface. That's in northern Arkansas.
Let me show you now Exhibit 163. If you would describe that for the record.
Yeah, so this is a map that's posted on the Southwest Power Pool's website that shows pricing. Importantly here, it shows the footprint, particularly the southern and easternmost extension of SPP into northern Arkansas near the northwest corner of Mississippi.
Your Honor, at this time, I move the admission of Exhibits 163 and 164.
Exhibits 163 and 164 have been offered. Any objections?
Can you give me just 1 second, Judge?
Sure.
Let me think about that. I don't think I have an objection. Thank you.
Right, hearing no objections? Exhibits 163 and 164 are admitted into evidence. I'm sorry, Mr. Zobrist, we will have some bench questions. Do you have any further questions for this witness?
In terms of, if I could ask just one more question, Judge. Mr. Vandervelde, when it comes to the point where the company would choose to renew the transmission path agreement, what information does it have to have available to it at that time to execute a renewal?
Can you restate the question?
Yeah, what decisions do we have to make by extending the transmission service agreement? What decisions does the company have to make? Is it just the term of the agreement, or is there anything else in terms of cost or other conditions?
Well, we would not make any cost decision when thinking about extending the transmission. The only real decision we would make is the duration. So if we go to extend this, would we prefer to extend this 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, 10 years? So duration would be the real decision.
And the cost that would be incurred by exercising that would be by virtue of whatever the MISO tariff would call for by virtue of the transmission path going through Evergy and then into Missouri.
Correct. The MISO tariff would determine that just as if the SPP tariff determines the cost of transmission in the SPP.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Zobrist, thank you. I'm sorry, any bench questions? Commissioner Coltmeyer?
Thank you, Judge. I may have answered my own question, but the second one map is of SPP's service territory. However, you can't connect to that little finger sticking down there pointing to Crossroads. You're going to have to go up to almost the Missouri state line to get an interface or hooked into SPP. Correct?
Well, I'd start with, I'm not a transmission engineer, but when I have looked into this, I'd inquired about the nearest SPP substation closest to Crossroads. What would it take to upgrade that substation to allow for this amount of energy to transmit through there, in addition to the actual infrastructure, poles and wires to connect the two endpoints. So, to directly answer your question, I'm not sure exactly where you could build into, if it would be that, furthest most finger down there as you referenced, or if you would have to get into Missouri. I imagine there would be somewhere that you could tie into prior to Missouri, the state of Missouri, but exactly where, I couldn't tell you sitting here today.
Thank you.
Any further bench questions? Any recross based solely on Commissioner Coltmeyer's questions? MECG? Staff? Public counsel?
Yeah, I actually hadn't thought of that until Commissioner Kolkmeyer brought it up. I know. It's
Thank you.
I apologize. So this is a color map that I'm looking at. These red lines that are running everywhere, are those transmission lines?
I believe so. This is a locational marginal price map that the SPP publishes.
And those red lines running on there, those are the actual transmission lines?
I imagine that's some amount of transmission lines. I don't know that that is the extensive transmission system of the SPP.
Okay, I'll leave it at that then. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Redirect?
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Van de Velde, thank you very much. You may step down. And I believe Mr. Ives will be Evergy's final witness, and we'll probably be looking at a lunch break after Mr. Ives takes the stand. Depends on how quickly we go. We'll see. Mr. Ives, you'll come forward to be sworn, please, sir. All right, if you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, please, sir. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Counsel, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. When you're ready, please state your name.
My name's Darren Ives.
By whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Evergy.
What is your position there?
I'm the Senior Vice President of Regulatory and Government Affairs.
Did you prepare direct and rebuttal testimony in this case on behalf of Evergy Missouri West, which has been marked as Exhibits 161P as in public and 161C as in confidential for your direct testimony, and 162 for your rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to your direct or rebuttal testimony?
Not that I'm aware of.
If I were to ask you the questions presented in those testimonies, would your answers be as set forth in Exhibits 161P, 161C, and 162?
They would.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Exhibits 161P, 161C, and 162.
Thank you, Ms. Whipple. Any objections? Hearing none, Exhibit 161C, Exhibit 161P, 162 are all admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Judge. Would tender the witness for cross.
Ms. Whipple, thank you. Any cross-examination? MECG?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross from staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
Public counsel?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Any bench questions? Chair Hahn, when you're ready.
Morning, Mr. Ives.
Morning, Chair.
I asked Mr. Gunn about the proceeding in Kansas on the capital structure. I think I recall Evergy asking the commission to make a predetermination outside of a rate case on establishing Evergy's capital structure. Can you, and I think I recall staff from their commission saying that the commission can't predetermine that. Can you tell me about that case and what this commission actually said?
Yeah, I can. It was a pretty unique request. You know, for 2 seconds, the history over there has been kind of a long-standing, long-running dispute around whether or not you know, holding company debt should be considered in the capital structure of the operating utilities in Kansas. We asked for a legal review of that position, so pretty specific legal argument to be addressed by the commission at the front of the case, as opposed to at the back. You're right, staff and parties opposed it. Commission ultimately issued a ruling saying they weren't going to do that at that time of the case, and took capital structure issues up in the outcome of the case, yeah, as per normal.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further bench questions? Commissioner Coltmeyer.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioner.
Why did Aquila build Crossroads in Mississippi?
Yeah, so there's a long tortured history that, you know, there's a lot of testimony in the record on for that. At the time that Aquila looked at engaging at Mississippi, they were looking for some home for some IPP non-regulated turbines that they put down into Mississippi. And then as they move through time, probably everybody's aware that's paid attention in the state. They hit some financial times. IPP market didn't turn out to be what their leadership team and management team thought it was going to be, and they ultimately started, unwinding and moving out of the non-regulated IPP business. One of their solutions as they continue to look at Crossroads, right around the time of 2007 and a couple years before that, was to consider it as an option for meeting the needs of Missouri West. There's some testimony in the record that says they utilized it for summer capacity in the year 2005 for Evergy Missouri West, and then they continued to evaluate whether they could make it a longer-term solution for Missouri West, which was going to take a dedicated transmission path in order to achieve that capacity and energy for it. And that's where they ultimately moved as they moved into that RFP process in 2007 and forward from there.
Was it built down there for the energy cost?
Yeah, when they
It's
built
cheaper?
Yeah, when they built it down there, my understanding was that there were some opportunities down there at that time. They thought for non-regulated IPP generation. There are multiple, as I understand it, gas lines that are available in that part of the country that made the provision of gas a little bit easier for them. And they were able to enter an arrangement with the city of Clarksdale where they actually own and operate those facilities, and Aquila was able to lease those facilities back, and it was a way for them to do it without some of the ongoing operation costs and some of the financial commitments of maintaining those facilities, but they could still get the benefits from it.
Is Crossroads producing electricity today?
It is. I think there's some testimony in Mr. Van de Velde's testimony in this docket that talks about the hundreds of starts that have been done at Crossroads over the last 5 summers, 100% reliability on starts, and they've been able to produce energy. But I think what's most important maybe at this stage of the game for Crossroads, and continues to be for EMW, is it's also a capacity resource. We have to have capacity available to meet customers' needs in SPP. That 300 megawatts of capacity is a really important asset for us, with or without the energy, in order to meet those SPP capacity needs. And when you talk about some of the prices that were in the opening statements, especially even with consideration of the transmission cost, that $11 kW a month capacity cost is still far and away the lowest capacity cost out of the alternatives that have been looked at in the recent IRPs.
Is it connected to the grid?
Connected to the grid, connected to MISO. That we've talked about that transmission path a little bit. I mean, some interesting questions today. You don't do an individual transmission interconnection from a single plant to load, right? It's connected into MISO, and then the power goes onto the MISO system, and what you pay for service from MISO is getting from the point in Clarksdale to this SPA point in the SPP footprint. We don't pay for a specific line to get it there. We pay for MISO to get it there through their system, however their system moves power in order to get it to SPP. So we pay for moving from one endpoint to another, not to access a specific line and have it flow across that line and drop down in, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further bench questions? Mr. Mitchell.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you think in any scenario, it could be beneficial to the Missouri ratepayers to use Crossroads to sell energy in the MISO markets and then perhaps use the proceeds from that to offset the cost of building a new asset in Missouri or closer?
Yeah, so I'll give you a nuanced answer. Can absolutely be beneficial, right? I mean, you could sell energy into or capacity into MISO, energy into MISO, use those proceeds, to offset some of that. You could sell the plant down in Mississippi in its entirety and use the proceeds for that to benefit customers towards an offset to rebuild. Probably what it can't do, and what we've never been able to make pencil out, and there was some discussion earlier today about these studies in 14 and 15. I was on those teams where we looked at 15 different scenarios of options to monetize and work out Crossroads. None of them were more beneficial than what the current existing outcome was for EMW's customers. Once the commission had made the decision that they weren't going to pay the transmission path, and we knew we were locked into the transmission path to 2029, and once the commission had made the decision that they were going to disallow $52 million of the rate base and put in $62 million, so a reduced value of rate base when we brought it in, any alternative that we found in the 15 left us two outcomes. We were still going to pay the transmission that was the shareholder burden in this scenario. That wasn't going to change. And any alternative to meet that capacity need with a different resource was going to cost EMW customers more than the reduced price of what they were paying for Crossroads at the time. So it really hasn't been until we got to this new inflection point where that transmission path expires in 2029, and it requires a decision in order to move past February of 2029, that the fact pattern has moved or changed. So that's why none of those alternatives made sense, because we knew we were going to come back and ask for more dollars from EMW customers for one of those 15 strategies, and we knew we were going to continue to have the same shareholder impact on the transmission path as we did under the commission's rulings in 11 and 13.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mitchell, thank you. Any further bench questions? All right, any recross based on those bench questions, MECG? Staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
Public counsel?
I have just a few. I want to clarify a couple of things. The first, with regard to the conversation you were having with Commissioner Kolkmeyer, I got it right that time. So when Aquila first built the plant, you would agree with me that there was an Aquila regulated division and an Aquila non-regulated division, correct?
Yeah, there were probably more things than that at Aquila at the time, but yes.
Yeah, but at least those two. And I just want to make sure it's clear. Aquila non-regulated division was the one who first built Crossroads, correct?
That's right.
And they were planning to use it as a merchant generator?
Initially.
Initially, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that was clear for everybody, because it can get a little confusing. And just for my own sake, because the names get really messed up, was it Great Plains Energy who bought Aquila? When the merger took place, who was the one who actually made the acquisition of Aquila? What entity was it?
I'm trying to remember back then, because I think we might have, I think it was Great Plains. I think we had gone to the holding company at that same time or right around that time. I've been through a few name changes in my time at the company. So I started in the old Kansas City Power and Light days. So
my other question has to do with the question that was asked by Commissioner Mitchell, and you brought up the possibility of selling the plant. And this is honestly just for my own edification as much as anything. My understanding is that there's sort of an agreement with the city of Clarksdale over who actually owns the plant. How does that work?
yeah, so it's a little bit complicated, but Technically, the plant today is owned by the city of Clarksdale. EMW has kind of it's an old version of a Chapter 100 sell leaseback arrangement that allows them, for lack of a better term, like a capital lease ownership. EMW, we also have a purchase option. I believe it's for $1,000 in order to purchase a facility. So all that said, to your point, we could probably sell, we could purchase that option, sell our ownership in that plant with the city of Clarksdale probably fairly easily, legally, contractually. What would be tougher, and we talked about this in the study and in this docket, is actually dismantling and relocating the facility. Probably would have taken a lot more interaction and dialogue and concessions with the city of Clarksdale to impact the site itself.
Oh, thank you. Again, I just feel like that's really confusing, so I wanted that clarified. It has been included in Evergy West's rates, though, with the you said not lend-lease, what is it called?
It's essentially a capital lease, which allows us to rate base the value, subject to the disallowance that the commission put on that rate base in the 2011 case.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any redirect based on those questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ives, do you recall speaking with Chair Hahn about the KCC's decision on the company's motion of joint applicants for leave to file legal analysis regarding standards for determining capital structure?
I do.
And did that decision come out in February 20 of 2025? Do you recall?
The decision, the final decision in the case?
The KCC's ruling on the motion?
I think so. It was relatively short time frame after we originally submitted the request.
Do you believe that there are circumstances different in this proceeding, the question that's before this commission, as compared to that proceeding, the question that was before the KCC?
I do, and I might not have said it very artfully with the chair, but I think it was a pretty detailed, legal, nuanced request in Kansas. This decision, two things I would say about this decision. It came up with the earlier cross. There were, all the parties to this case entered a unanimous agreement to bring this issue to this commission at this time. Now, what we hoped when we set that out was that we would do a relocation study and we would have some sort of agreement amongst all the parties that we would be able to advance to the commission. But that unanimous settlement agreement also allowed for the opportunity that we might not come to an overall settlement and we might have to bring an unresolved issue to the commission in this case, at this proceeding. The commission agreed to accept that part of the stipulation and advance us forward to provide a response to the issue that was in front of them by December 31st this year. That is all part of the rate case process. It's all part of what these parties agreed to. So it's interesting that now we're in a spot where the parties are arguing we really shouldn't get an answer at this stage, even though we specifically agreed to advance for an answer in this proceeding. But beyond that, I think the other thing I'd mention was, and I think Witness Gunn talked about it earlier, I think this commission gives direction quite frequently. They've done it. He mentioned a good example in discussions around their views and perspectives and policies on energy efficiency and MIA. They've done it with EMW. They've told us directly, as we have had earlier arguments with parties about prudence and decisions, all of which have been deemed to be prudent by the commission. But the commission has come back when they've given those prudence decisions and said, given some clear direction, that it's their intent that we're going to put more steel in the ground and own more resources and make sure that we're not over-reliant on the market. Those weren't decisions that were driving specific rate actions or anything else in a rate case. Those were policy decisions that the commission advanced to make sure they gave direction to EMW that we needed to take a different course of action than what historically had been done. That's the same type of thing we're talking about, having the commission give some direction and some, a path forward as guidance to us here at a time where we are at a pivot point. We've got something we have to do by February of 2029. The only thing we have in front of us right now is a set of transmission costs that haven't been provided for historically over a 20-year period, and positions by multiple parties that say, no matter what happens, you're not going to get any more recovery than you get today. You build a new plant, you're not going to get more than a $29 million rate base. That's one of the positions in this case. You extend a transmission path, you're not going to get recovery of that. So it's basically a set of positions by parties asking us to make a decision that the commission is going to determine is imprudent, and telling us that we should go ahead and make that decision. I agree with Mr. Gunn. That is an outcome that does not seem to sync with the regulatory compact, and I think is an impossible position for anybody to ask us to be in to serve Missouri West customers for the next 20, 30, 40 years.
With Chair Hahn's question about that KCC decision, do you recall that the KCC stated when it denied the applicant's motion that one of its main concerns was that interveners wouldn't have the opportunity to address the company's capital structure proposal?
I'm going to object to a leading question, although not sure it matters at this point.
I didn't catch the leading question. Can you ask it again, Ms. Whipple? I didn't.
Do you recall if the KCC articulated, essentially due process concerns in its ruling on the motion that you discussed with Chair Hahn?
And I'll overrule the objection. I'm sorry, you can answer.
Yes, that was a big part of their decision factoring into letting that case play out, as they felt like due process was going to be a concern for parties because we had front filed our legal analysis when we asked them to make a determination on it.
And in this case, I think you've already testified to this point, but in this case, this proceeding is the extension of the company's rate case as a result of the party's stipulation. And all parties who agreed to that stipulation are here as part of this proceeding, isn't that right?
All here, all have provided testimony on their views and perspectives of this issue.
And is it true in your experience that notwithstanding the KCC's specific ruling on that motion under those specific circumstances, the KCC regularly gives the company policy guidance and proceedings before it? Is that your experience?
Yeah, no different than here. I mean, I mentioned a couple examples here. MIA or steel in the ground as a result of some resource planning options. We get guidance and direction in orders around policy and direction that the commission in Kansas would like to see us go. We've had energy efficiency discussions over there that have been very similar, where they have given direction. And probably one of the most recent ones we had is we had a predetermination proceeding for natural gas plants, and one of the things that we got guidance about was the importance of the work around fuel procurement and natural gas contracting strategies that they wanted to make sure we were paying attention to. They also provided some guidance that they expected us to be creative moving forward in looking at all of the above strategies to meet new load, and including continuing to consider demand response and other alternatives beyond just natural gas. So those certainly weren't issues that were in that case, but it was part of the commission order giving us some direction on how to think about meeting load and needs moving forward.
So if the commission does not give the company any policy guidance resulting from this issue still before it, what do you believe would be the likely result?
Well, I think, and we've tried to say it pretty clear in testimony, and look, I have to say this, and it's the second or third time I've had to say this in front of this commission, but, you know, there are parties that asserted that our position in this case is threatening the commission on what to do. I want to be super clear. We are not threatening the commission on any forward action. What we are asking the commission to do is give us guidance so we have a perspective on what we should do from a go-forward position. And guidance to Mr. Gunn's testimony could be that you're not going to give us any view on a changed perspective from where this commission has historically been. Where the commission has historically been is they're not going to pay for transmission cost for the plant in Mississippi. If that's the position, that will give us an answer. We have to move forward and come up with a different strategy to supply that 300 megawatts of capacity. Because at 2029, it would be nothing less than foolish for us to enter into a new contract that is imprudent from the start, and the only guidance we have is that we likely aren't going to recover any cost for using that contract to serve Missouri West customers.
And Commissioner Mitchell asked you about the possibility of selling Crossroads, and I think you discussed this a little bit too with Mr. Kleiser. Has the company evaluated selling as well as other options, and at the end of those evaluations, has the company made a determination as to what the best option is for Crossroads?
Yeah, we did, and we've done it a couple different times, and in I would say a couple different layers of depth, right? I mean, we talked about a little bit the 15 alternatives that were developed in the 2014, 2015 timeframe, trying to come up with alternatives to solve for Crossroads over the longer term. We've also looked on a couple different occasions. Coming into this case, we thought about different alternatives again in terms of selling Crossroads and advancing forward, and because likely that will be the next step, right? If this commission doesn't give us a perspective that there's any chance to recover transmission cost, our next step will be probably to advance a proceeding to look at the ultimate disposition of Crossroads and replacement of it. So we have looked at that. We've scanned the market. We've talked to market participants. Nothing that we evaluated, and I mentioned this earlier, gave us a better answer from 2011 to 2029 for EMW's customers than what they're paying for Crossroads right now and have been paying. Nothing alleviated our shareholder burden from the transmission contract by any material amount through 2029. That's a new window and a new game when that transmission path is no longer available to us and we have to make an alternative solution. If we don't enter that path and that burden has gone away, we can then look at alternatives to sell Crossroads and see if somebody in the MISO region is interested in doing that. That certainly creates some potential for value to be applied towards what the new cost of 300 megawatts would be.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ives, thank you very much. You may step down, and this looks to be an ideal time to break for lunch. I would like to resume at 1 o'clock. Is there anything further from the bench or from council before we take a lunch break? All right, hearing nothing, we will stand in recess until 1 p.m. Thank you. We're off the record. Ready? All right, good afternoon. We are back on the record. I believe Mr. Meyer is on the stand, ready to testify. Is there anything further from the bench or from council before I swear Mr. Meyer in? All right, hearing nothing, Mr. Meyer, if you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, please, sir. You swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Mr. Opitz, when you're ready, sir.
Mr. Meyer, can you state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Greg R. Meyer, G-R-E-G-M-E-Y-E-R.
And where are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Brubaker and Associates, Inc. as a principal.
And in this case, did you prepare pre-filed testimony on behalf of MECG that I will call your direct testimony and schedules 505C and 505P, as well as your rebuttal testimony that I will call 506, public only?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No.
And if I were to ask you the questions within that testimony to you today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender, I guess I would move to admit Exhibits 505C and 505P, and then 506.
Mr. Opitz, thank you. Any objection to those exhibits? Hearing none, 505C, 505P, and 506 are admitted into evidence.
And I tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, cross-examination, public counsel.
Good morning. Good afternoon. So I'll be honest, over the course of today, this is kind of the first time I've heard about the idea that there's different years that we could extend the service agreement contract. And that's probably an error on my part for not having realized that earlier. But the question I have for you is relatively simple. Would you agree to me that the prudence evaluation for a 1-year service extension versus a 4-year versus a 5, et cetera, would all be different?
Yes, because as I've learned today, the cost could be different depending on the interval. So that would play into the overall prudence or the overall cost to the options.
So you would agree with me that in order for the commission to make a determination on prudence, they would first need to know what the term length being requested is?
That would be one of the things, yes.
All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kleischer, thank you. Any cross from staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
Evergy?
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Any bench questions for this witness? Hearing none. Redirect?
Mr. Meyer, counsel for OPC was asking about the length of extensions. Is your understanding that there is an extension possible under the current framework of the point-to-point transmission contract?
It's my understanding, and from a discussion I had with Mr. Majors, he'd be to verify this, but it's my understanding that the current contract has a provision to extend it for 5 years.
And is there any advantage to extending the current contract for 5 years?
Well, I think that as we learned today, yes, there is, absolutely. What we heard from Evergy this morning is we don't know what the 2029 transmission rates will be. We don't know what the escalations will be. So I think that's critical in the determination of the path forward for Crossroads, because there is a situation where, depending on the escalation of the transmission costs, that you could actually flip the scenarios where building with the offset that Mr. Ives didn't guarantee but suggested this morning from the sale of Crossroads, that option could flip in, within 5 to 10 years or so, making that option more beneficial for customers. And it could be more beneficial for the utility. So
yes, it's critical to know, and that's why we put in that we'd like to see a term sheet, to see what those options are and how it would affect the decisions that are being proposed here.
In a term sheet, your understanding of what, I guess, is being negotiated, has that changed from what you've heard today?
Yeah, I think there was some, I don't say, it wasn't presented probably as clear as it could have been. The testimony all talked about contract negotiations. What we learned today from Mr. Ives and Mr. Gunn is it's really just a SPP formulaic rate that, or MISO, I'm sorry, formulaic rate that has to be calculated. It's still unclear whether Clarksdale would add anything onto that, but that is a critical decision point that needs to be known before we can actually determine what the most economical path forward is for both the company and its customers.
No further redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Meyer, thank you very much. You may step down. I believe the next witness is Mr. Majors, so if you'll come forward to be sworn, please, sir. If you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Ms. Johnson, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Majors.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Keith Majors, KeithMajors.
And where are you employed?
The Missouri Public Service Commission,
And what's your title?
Utility Regulatory Audit Unit Supervisor,
How long have you been with the commission?
18 years.
Did you prepare direct and rebuttal in this case for this specific sub-issue 5C?
I did.
And do you have any corrections that you need to make to either your direct or rebuttal?
Yes.
And what are those corrections?
On page 29, footnote 27, the year should be 2005, not 2006. That's it.
Was that correction in your direct testimony?
Yes, pardon me, the direct testimony filed September 15th, 2025.
Thank you for the clarification. If I asked you the same questions in your written testimony here today, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, we'd move to admit both the direct and rebuttal testimony. And it's my understanding that we are currently at exhibit number 280 for the public and confidential version of Keith Majors' direct testimony, and 281 for the public and confidential version of his rebuttal.
Ms. Johnson, so we would have Exhibit 280 C and P, and then 281 also C and P, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And those have been offered? I'm sorry, did you offer those?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any objection to those exhibits? Hearing none, Exhibit 280C and 280P, 281C and 281P are all admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Judge. We'd tender the witness for cross.
Ms. Johnson, thank you. Any cross, public counsel?
Yes, briefly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kleiser.
I really want to tend the same question to you, because again, I was personally unaware of this. In your opinion, does the length or term length of the renewal of the service agreement impact the prudence decision?
I think it would depend on what the ultimate outcome of Crossroads is going to be. If you're going to keep the units where they are, and you're going to use those for Missouri capacity, then using a 5-year for the time, as a going concern, it would make more sense to have a 20-year agreement. But if you're going to do something other than that, then a shorter agreement would make more sense. If you're going to either sell the units or otherwise dispose of them, it would make no sense to have a longer-term agreement.
With regard to the 20-year agreement, that's currently what's in place, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And I think I heard testimony earlier, and I want to make sure that it's actually correct. The company was required to pay transmission costs for that 20-year period, is that accurate?
No, and in fact, I'd like to, for lack of a better term, clean up those facts. So, at the time Crossroads was moved into rate base, they did not have a firm transmission agreement. They did have a year-to-year summer firm capacity for Crossroads from Entergy to SPP and ultimately to MPS. That transmission.
I'm going to pause you for 1 second. For the sake of the record, when you use an acronym for the first time, can you make sure that we spell out what that acronym is?
Absolutely. So SPP would be Southwest Power Pool. At the time, Crossroads was included in rate base or moved over to the books and records of then GMO, Greater Missouri Operations. There was no firm transmission service agreement. That agreement was signed in February of 2009. In the interim, short-term transmission service was obtained so you could have a summer capacity. So it wasn't necessarily absolutely required for, at that time, Great Plains Energy to sign on to a 20-year agreement. Another option that could have been chosen was you continue with short-term summer service while you're either procuring a different capacity asset or you're constructing, in this case, Sedalia. So the notion that this was it was set in stone once you signed the agreement, but they did not have firm transmission service before the decision was made to include Crossroads for Missouri capacity and include it in rate base. At that time, it was Greater Missouri Operations, KCPL GMO rate base.
Thank you. I think you actually answered my follow-up question, but I'm going to ask it, and if you already answered it, you can just tell me. Which entity made the decision to move it into rate base?
So that's a good question. To move it into rate base, the ultimate decision was made on or about May 14th in 2008. That would have been Great Plains senior management. After the acquisition was announced in February of 2007, in response to an RFP, the Crossroads was bid in in response to an RFP for capacity. Crossroads was bid in as an option. But the ultimate decision to include Crossroads in rate base was made by Great Plains Energy, not Aquila.
And again, just for the record, what is Great Plains Energy in relation to the existing entities before this commission?
So Aquila was a utility, still is, although it's by the name Evergy West. That utility, as has been said earlier today, had made some poor decisions and had come upon some pretty difficult financial times. In the late 2006 timeframe, they decided to put themselves up for sale. Great Plains Energy at that time was the parent company of what was known as Kansas City Power and Light, which is now Evergy Metro. Great Plains Energy announced the merger in February of 2007. I'm sorry, acquisition, and I'll clarify that. So the Great Plains Energy was the parent company at that time of Kansas City Power and Light. Great Plains Energy purchased Aquila, call it a merger, but it's really a purchase and acquisition, right? And so the Aquila, renamed GMO, was under the corporate conglomerate of Great Plains Energy. And so Great Plains Energy now is Evergy, Inc. And so I think I answered your question.
Okay, hopefully one last question. Would you agree with me that there are currently transmission constraints at Crossroads?
So there are two forms of current transmission constraints that I'm aware of. The first is what's called a special protection scheme. So there's two lines. I'm not an electrical engineer, so this is from responses to data requests, but I'll explain it as best I can. There are two lines coming out of the plant. If Evergy West has 300 megawatts of firm transmission capacity, if one of those lines were to fail, then there's a special protection scheme that's orchestrated in the plant to automatically back off all but one of the units. And so that special protection scheme is because of the design of the two transmission lines coming out of the plant. You wouldn't necessarily have that special protection requirement if the units were in the service territory. The second constraint is Evergy West has 4 agreements for 75 megawatts apiece for a total of 300 megawatts for firm transmission service. The units themselves have a different rating of approximately 307 megawatts winter rating and 362 megawatts of summer rating. So that extra capacity is unable to be obtained because it's more than 300 megawatts. So those are the two current transmission constraints. The other historical constraint would have been when the plant was initially built. I've included an interview with some of the developers, one of the developers of the original unit, and the individual in charge of the merchant operations, or who ran the merchant operations. Aquila at that time, as Mr. Ives noted, purchased turbines and wanted to put them in places in the United States where there were transmission constraints and there were difficulty getting power into the specific area. And so Crossroads was one of those locations. To get the energy, for the firm transmission service to obtain that, there was about somewhere in the range of about $20 to $30 million of upgrades that were necessary. Those didn't have to be paid up front if you agree to a 20-year, you didn't have to agree to a 20-year contract term, but you would instead spread those costs out over 20 years and you recover that from the firm point-to-point transmission service that you were obtaining from Entergy and through SPP. So now, what I call those constraints now, no, those upgrades were made in the 2009 through 2011 timeframe, but for the other two examples that I noted, those still remain transmission constraints.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Gleiser, thank you. Any cross MECG?
Mr. Majors, you were talking about the 4 point-to-point contracts. Is your understanding that that is the current contract under which, when we talk about a contract, that's the current contract under which the utility operates?
Yes, until March 1 of 2029.
And within that contract, is there a provision for an extension of the firm service contract?
I've got the contract right here. I don't know if it's in the original contract itself with Entergy. The contract itself describes the facility upgrades that were required, the dates, the effective dates. It says the I don't think that was Rush. But it has the listing of the reservations, but it does not have, specific to this contract, the extension. Where I found out about the extension was, I believe there was a July 28th, 2025 meeting, where, I believe it was Mr. Vandeveld mentioned that of the possibility of a 1-year extension or a 5-year extension. Staff, myself, submitted a data request for details on that, and that's attached to my, direct testimony. It's in there somewhere.
So your understanding is that under the current framework, the utility has the ability to extend its point-to-point service for 5 years?
Yes. But I don't know what specific prices or terms. I would suspect, as Witness Gunn mentioned, it would be at the MISO, whatever the transmission tariff rate is. The benefit there is, I think, what has been discussed by Mr. Vandeveld is that there would not be a study to study the transmission path, restudy the transmission path. It would be under the current terms and whatever the MISO rate is. That I think the rate, if you look at the compound and annual growth rate, that rate is increasing by about 4.16% over in perpetuity.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Opitz, thank you. Any cross from Evergy?
Oh, just briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Majors.
Good afternoon.
I was hesitant to ask you questions, but I think I'm going to follow up on one from Public Counsel. Isn't it true that Crossroads really didn't come into rate base until the Crossroads 1 rate case, which was in 2011?
I think the difference is rate base versus ownership. The ownership was effective, let's see, August 31, 2008. And so, you could draw the comparison of the turbines at the Kansas City Power and Light turbines at Osawatomie and West Gardner really weren't included in rate base until the 2006 rate case. But they were certainly in plant service when they were constructed in 2002, 2003, 2004.
Yes, for sure. But for rate-making purposes, it wouldn't have come into rate base for rate-making until 2011, whenever we had the Crossroads 1 case.
That's correct.
Okay. And the commission would have evaluated that transmission contract, or at least the staff, as a part of that decision to put it in rate base, right?
It was, yes, we received it in a response to a data request in the 356 rate, the 2010 rate, Crossroads 1 rate case. That response is dated November 3rd of 2010.
And if that had been an imprudent contract, in staff's opinion at that point, you would have recommended it not be included in the rates, right?
I think that was staff's recommendation in the 11 case was, in the 10 case, I'm sorry, was no Crossroads at all. I can explain that if you'd like. You probably don't want me to.
That's okay.
Sure.
I did want to clarify. You've testified, I think, that you and staff, they have recommended that the commission find it would be prudent to extend the transmission contract. That's essentially your position on the issue, right?
With no recovery of transmission expense, yes.
Yeah, and I think you've been in their hearing room and heard the openings and Mr. Meyer's testimony, correct?
I have.
Is it your understanding that OPC and MECG also recommend that the company enter into a transmission arrangement beyond 2029?
I mean, that's my general understanding of, yes. I mean, if you don't enter into a transmission agreement beyond 2029, you lose the capacity of the plant.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's 300 megawatts. It's significant enough, right?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Well, is it your understanding that no party to this case, the staff or the public counsel or MECG, have recommended the commission find it would be imprudent for the company to extend the transmission contract?
That's a fair statement. Yes.
You mentioned you've been here 18 years, which is a long time, and I know you've got a lot of experience in rate making. I had a couple of questions. In your experience here at the commission, would you agree that in a typical rate case, the commission does not knowingly allow recovery of imprudently incurred expenses through the rate-making process?
I would agree with that. There's also other shades of reasonable costs. For example, on dues and donations, I think it's prudent in many cases for the company to make those expenditures, but it's not reasonable to flow those through rates. But if you're talking about a specific imprudent cost, I don't think it's the usual practice of the commission to allow imprudent costs and cost of service.
Would you also agree that in a typical rate case, prudently incurred expenses necessary to serve the public are generally included in staff's revenue requirement?
Yes.
The Missouri Public Service Commission has set rates using cost of service rate making, correct?
Yes.
And that's the way the commission set rates ever since you've been here, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, and you said, I think you've been here 18 years, would you agree, even before that, probably many years, they've been using cost of service rate making here in Missouri?
I would suspect since 1913.
Okay. The regulatory compact in Missouri includes the proposition that just and reasonable rates are based upon the public utilities cost of service, including recovery of a reasonable rate of return on their investment. As a general matter, would you agree with that?
Yes.
The staff audit in rate cases is typically intended to determine the public utilities cost of service to provide that public utility service, correct?
Yes.
And staff typically tries to include the prudently incurred costs of providing service to the public in the revenue requirement the staff recommends, right?
Yes.
In your time at the commission, I think you've applied the commission's standard for determining the prudence of public utility expenditures and other capital costs. Is that right?
Yes.
And to determine prudence, wouldn't you agree that under the commission's standard for evaluating prudence, the public utilities conduct should be judged by asking whether the conduct was reasonable at the time under all the circumstances, considering that the company had to solve the problem prospectively rather than looking at it in hindsight?
Yes.
Would you agree that a new or a extended transmission service arrangement for Crossroads beyond 2029 is necessary from the customer's perspective if customers are going to benefit from receiving power from Crossroads? I'm sorry for my voice.
Yes.
I think that's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher, thank you. Do we have any bench questions? Commissioner Kolkmeyer? Yes, sir. What?
Did you have? Thank you, Judge. This should have been probably directed to Mr. Ives. However, Mr. Kleiser brought this up, or the ownership. I grew up on Missouri Public Service Company, my hometown and county and what have you of Lafayette. From there, it went to Energy One that changed their name. Energy One was in there for a short period of time. Then it went to Aquila. Okay. Then Great Plains under or with Evergy bought Aquila.
Yes.
Okay. Do I have the timeline and names correct? Or close?
No, you do. Energy One was was an attempt by Aquila to have a branded electricity they wanted to market that throughout the United States. But I think, to your point, yeah, yes.
There was no ownership change from Missouri Public Service Company to Aquila.
No, the traditional utility that we know as Evergy West, just the utility assets in Lafayette, my Blue Springs, my parents are on Evergy West. None of those really change in terms of the assets themselves, but the names have changed over time. Yes.
So Evergy West is only the old Aquila.
Yes.
Okay. So Evergy Metro is KCP&L, St. Joe Power and Light, what Evergy has over in Kansas.
So let me just change that, tweak that a little bit. So when you say MPS was the suburbs, Lee Summit, Raytown, Belton. St. Joe Power and Light was purchased in 2000 by Aquila, but those were kept as separate rate districts until the 2016 rate case. So the St. Joe assets and the MPS assets are now known as Evergy West, and they have one consolidated rate structure. And that's under the guise of Evergy West. Evergy Metro has really Evergy Metro assets in Missouri and Kansas, but they're all dispatched as one Evergy Metro in Missouri and Kansas. And then completely separate is Evergy Kansas Central, which is the Westar properties that were merged.
Westar. I knew Westar was in there somewhere.
Yes.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Mainly because of the old Aquila now is Evergy Metro, Evergy West.
And when we're talking about, if I may, we're talking about Crossroads. Crossroads initially, after it was moved by GPE, served the Missouri Public Service customers only. It did not initially serve St. Joe Light and Power customers. When the rates were consolidated, now it serves all of Evergy West.
Okay, thank you. That, in my mind, I kind of knew where those assets were prior to, or a general ballpark anyway. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Coltmeyer, thank you. Any further bench questions? Any recross based on bench questions? Public counsel.
Just really quick, because I want to make sure I got this right too. So MPS, which was Missouri Power Service.
Sorry, Missouri Public Service.
Missouri Public Service.
Right.
And St. Joe Light and Power were both acquired by Aquila. Is that right?
Yeah, so let me back up a little bit. Aquila was the parent company of, let's just call it the parent company of NPS, right? I don't want to muddy the waters any more than I have to, but before that, it was under the Utilicorp name, okay? There was a lot of name changes. So, suffice it to say, Aquila purchased the St. Joe Light and Power assets in 2000. They filed so Aquila filed for a merger, for an acquisition of two utilities, St. Joe Light and Power and Empire. Empire deal collapsed. St. Joe Light and Power deal was consummated in 2000-2001 timeframe. I think it was EM-2000-292. Rate case, merger case. I think that answers your question.
Right. So Great Plains Energy, when it acquired Aquila, it got both St. Joe Light and Power and Missouri Public Service at the same time because they were both under Aquila at that point.
Yes.
And was that a merger or an acquisition?
So, Great Plains Energy formed a subsidiary called Gregory Acquisition Corporation. That corporation was merged with the Aquila assets. Aquila Corporation, the surviving entity, was Aquila, renamed Kansas City Power and Light Missouri Greater Operations. So the surviving entity was Greater Missouri Operations. So when you're talking about, yes, it's technically an acquisition, I would call it a merger, because now you've got really two utilities, but with Aquila's side, two operating divisions, but you're operating them with one base of employees, After July 14th, 2008, starting, there's no Aquila employees. The ones that were moved over were now KCPL employees. And you really have a structure, it's a quasi-service company structure. So for all intents and purposes, it's operated as one with a common base of employees. Still separate utilities, still separate rate structures. At that time, you had, for the Missouri side, you had 3 rate structures: Kansas City Power and Light, Missouri, St. Joe Light and Power, GMO, and then Missouri Public Service, GMO, or vice versa, if you want to call it that. But does that answer your question?
I think so. I'm afraid if I ask anything more, it's going to get too complicated. So I'm going to back off there and hope the record's clear. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any recross based on bench questions? MECG? Evergy?
Currently, there are just 2 rate jurisdictions, correct?
Yes, for Missouri, yes.
Redirect?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Majors, thank you very much. You may step down. I believe we are now on to OPC witnesses, and we'll start with David Murray. Mr. Murray, if you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Mr. Kleiser, when you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murray. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is David Murray, last name spelled M-U-R-R-A-Y.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
The Missouri Office of the Public Counsel as Utility Regulatory Manager.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared today evidence which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 321, which would be the supplemental rebuttal testimony of David Murray?
Yes.
And I'll note for the record that the OPC labeled all of its testimonies as supplemental given the extension of the case. That's the reason for that nomenclature, for that reason. If I were to ask you the same questions presented in that testimony today, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right. At this point, I would move for the admission of OPC Exhibit 321, the supplemental rebuttal testimony of David Murray.
Any objections to Exhibit 321? Hearing none, Exhibit 321 is admitted into evidence.
I will tender the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any cross from staff?
No, thank you.
MECG? Evergy? Any bench questions for Mr. Murray? All right, Mr. Murray, thank you very much.
Thank
may
you.
step down.
Have a good afternoon.
Dr. Mark will be the next witness.
I apologize, Your Honor. Can I ask for a brief adjournment?
Sure.
No more than 5 minutes.
5 minutes it is. We'll go back on the record about 1:45. Thank you. Brian, are you ready? All right, good afternoon. We are back on the record. I believe Dr. Mark is at the stand, ready to testify. Anything further before he is sworn in? All right, Dr. Mark, if you'll raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Mr. Kleiser, when you're ready, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Jeff Mark, and it's Geoff Mark, Marke.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Missouri Office of Public Counsel. I'm the chief economist.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared in this case testimony that's been pre-marked as OPC Exhibit 322, the supplemental rebuttal testimony of Jeff Mark?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to that testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions presented in that testimony today, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I would move for the admission of OPC Exhibit 322, the supplemental rebuttal testimony of Jeff Mark.
Any objections to Exhibit 322? Hearing none, Exhibit 322 is admitted into evidence.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any cross from staff?
No, thank you.
MECG? Evergy? Any bench questions for this witness? Dr. Mark, thank you. You may step down. All right. I believe that will get us to our final witness, Lena Mantle. And if you'll come forward to be sworn, please, ma'am.
I know.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You may have a seat, Mr. Kleiser, when you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Lena M. Mantle. Lena is Lena. Mantle is Mantle.
And have you prepared or caused to be prepared for this case testimony that has been pre-marked Exhibit 323, sorry, that's OPC Exhibit 323, the supplemental direct testimony of Lena M. Mantle, and OPC Exhibit 324, the supplemental rebuttal testimony of Lena M. Mantle?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to make?
I do. In my supplemental rebuttal testimony, on the last page of my written testimony, page 14, line 8, the year 2024, there should be 2029. So the line should read, I do not believe that it can physically be done by 2029 due to the current demand for generation across SPP and the nation.
Thank you. And notwithstanding that correction, are the rest of your answers, if I were to ask you the same question today, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
And again, notwithstanding that correction, are the rest of your answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right. In that case, I would move for the admission of OPC Exhibit 323, the supplemental direct testimony of Lena M. Mantle. And if you want, I'll move for the second one at the same time. OPC Exhibit 324, the supplemental rebuttal testimony of Lena M. Mantle.
Exhibits 323 and 324 have been offered. Any objections? Hearing none, Exhibits 323 and 324 are admitted into evidence.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. Any cross-examination from staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
MECG? Evergy? Any bench questions?
Just one, Your Honor.
Commissioner?
I think in Mr. Kleiser's opening, I asked him, what is the likelihood of Evergy actually making it from Crossroads to our connection with SPP? And he said you'd be a better witness to answer that.
Yes, the probability is just pretty much zero. If you think of the transmission as, say, a bucket, a 5-gallon bucket, and you're putting electricity in the top, and okay, it's filled with water. You're putting a drop of water in the top. How likely is it that that same drop is going to come out the bottom of a hole? The transmission system is the same way. The electrons don't go by accounting. They don't care what's on the books. They're vibrating in there, and they go to the closest draw. So whatever the closest draw is to where the generating station is, regardless of who owns that generating system and regardless of who that customer pays the bill to, that's where the electricity goes to. And that's what makes transmission and distribution systems so complicated.
Sure. And it's fair to say that the benefit is that Missouri customers or Evergy gets capacity credit for the plant, but it delivers little or no energy to the state. Is that fair?
To the state, but to the system, it is getting, it's putting electricity into the system, and that electricity is being demanded by customers, whether it's an Evergy customer or an associated co-op customer or a GMO customer. That, like I said, the electrons don't care.
Sure.
They're just being poured into the system, and then they come out of the system. And actually, they don't actually move, they vibrate and cause the next one to vibrate, and then you get electricity. There's a really good Magic School Bus book that explains it that we've got up at OPC. I'd recommend it. And it explains it well, and it's got good, colorful pictures in it.
I'll make sure to borrow it from you. Thank you. You answered my question.
Commissioner Mitchell, thank you. Any further bench questions for this witness? All right, seeing none, any recross based on bench questions from staff? MECG? Evergy?
Just briefly, Ms. Mantle, if I understood what you were saying to Commissioner Mitchell, electrons flow where they're going to flow, and you really can't identify one electron versus another, unlike maybe a water or natural gas system, right?
I wouldn't say unlike water or natural gas system. Water systems are typically all enclosed, but
Right, but they physically, a drop of water can be delivered to a particular place. Electrons just flow where where the physics take them, right?
and so does water.
Oh.
I mean, it does. You don't carry one drop over to somebody else's house. It goes through a
Yeah.
pipe, and there's other water there, and and natural gas is the same way. It travels through pipes, and you're not going to get that one.
Yeah, there are molecules that go from one end of the pipe to the other.
Yeah, but you're right about the electrons.
I think you were talking too about, well, let me just ask you straight up. Evergy Missouri West customers would get the benefit of revenues that are generated by Crossroads either on the capacity or energy side, right? I mean, you can't tell where the electrons go, but they do get the benefit of the revenues.
I don't think there is revenues associated with capacity other than, but yes, they would get that's the accounting side. Yes, they would get the benefit of those
And does that
those
flow,
revenues.
does that flow on the energy side through the FAC?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher, thank you. Any redirect?
Maybe just briefly, I guess, did you review the revenues being generated by Crossroads as compared to the transmission costs incurred?
I don't know exact numbers, but I do believe that revenues is very small compared to the cost of transmission.
All right, that's my only redirect question. Thank you.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you. All right, Ms. Mantle, thank you very much. You may step down, and I believe Ms. Mantle is our final witness. Is there anything further from council or from the bench before we adjourn?
Your Honor, I did not bring physical copies of the testimony of Mr. Meyer. Of course, they were pre-filed in the case. Is there any additional steps you would like me to take or that you require me to take?
I don't think so. I mean, if they're already pre-filed in EFS, we can grab the exhibits from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from council or the bench?
Potentially like to address the scheduling of briefs, but I can do that off the record too, if you would prefer.
I would prefer unless council's uncomfortable with that. Anything further before we adjourn? All right. Hearing nothing, thank you very much. That concludes this hearing in ER 2024-0189. Thank you very much. We are off the record.